Good morning, Excellencies, dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. It is my honor to welcome you to our conference entitled Collections from Colonial Contexts, Challenges, Tasks, Strategies, organized by the German Contact Point for Collections from Colonial Contexts. I'm very pleased that such an impressive number of international participants have joined us this morning, and I would like to extend a particularly warm welcome to you. One could say that on an international level, today's conference marks several different beginnings at the same time. First, it marks the establishment of the German Contact Point for Collections from Colonial Contexts at the Cultural Foundation of the German Federal State by the Federal Minister of State for Culture and the Media, the Federal Foreign Office, the German Federal States, the Länder, and the municipal umbrella organizations on August 1st, 2021. Second, this conference is the first in a series of workshops, roundtables, and international expert forums to be organized by the German Contact Point and intended to facilitate the exchange of knowledge and the joint development of strategies in the context of the German Contact Point's mandate. Third, and most importantly, today's virtual gathering is a first honest step in opening channels of communication and creating spaces of encounter in the spirit of mutual respect between the German Contact Point and you, the representatives of the countries and societies of origin. We are humbled by your willingness to talk to us because we understand that the injustices committed during the colonial era and their repercussions remain painful and a cause of suffering to this very day. At the same time, we want to acknowledge that without your insight, your advice, and your cooperation, every attempt on our part to accept and to act on our historical responsibility resulting from German colonialism will be futile. Therefore, we kindly and respectfully ask you to guide us through the maze of questions, challenges, and tasks ahead of us. We cannot do it without you. It has been a deliberate choice on our part to call today's online gathering a network conference. Upon the initiative and with the generous support of the Federal Minister of State for Culture and the Media, the network conference takes Germany's presidency of the Council of the European Union in 2020 as an opportunity to present the German Contact Point for Collections from Colonial Contexts to European and other international actors, to promote the networking of experts and expert institutions from the countries and societies of origin, Germany and Europe, and to identify future cooperation avenues for the German Contact Point. Today's panel discussions will focus on three areas of activity as defined in the framework principles for dealing with collections from colonial contexts. These areas of activity are: 1, transparency and documentation, 2, return, and 3, cultural exchange and international cooperation. Our three panels will be complemented with presentations by two key partner institutions of the German Contact Point, the Department for Cultural Goods and Collections from Colonial Contexts of the German Lost Art Foundation and the International Museum Cooperation Agency of the Federal Foreign Office. But first, we will be introduced to the mandate and work of the Federation Länder Working Group on dealing with collections from colonial contexts, a national committee of political and civil society stakeholders providing the political setting for the German Contact Point and closely monitoring its progress. Before I hand over to Dr. Claudia Rose, the Director General of the Department of Culture at the Ministry of Science, Research and Art in the state of Baden-Württemberg and co-chair of the Federation Länder Working Group, let me add a few brief words of thanks. First of all, I would like to thank the Federal Minister of State for Culture and the Media, the Federal Foreign Office, and the German federal states for jointly financing the German contact point, thereby demonstrating their political commitment to actively address the multiple challenges deriving from the presence of collections from colonial contexts in Germany. Thanks are also due to the municipal umbrella organizations, the German Lost Art Foundation, and the International Museum Cooperation Agency of the Federal Foreign Office for their active support as institutional partners of the German contact point. At the German contact point, my thanks go first and foremost to my colleague Maria Leonor Perez, who has been in charge of the Herculean task of planning and organizing this conference, and who has managed to put together a truly impressive roster of speakers and attendance. Maria Leonor Perez received support from my colleagues Kirstin Meyer and Dr. Leopold von Karlowitz at the German contact point. Shortly, you will meet Maria Leonor Perez and Leopold von Karlowitz in their additional roles as facilitators and rapporteurs of this conference. They will be joined by Dr. Michaela Stoffels of the Municipal Umbrella Organizations. Dr. Stoffels has kindly agreed to serve as a rapporteur for our first panel on transparency and documentation. Last but not least, let me thank our service provider Pool Group for their outstanding expertise and technical support.
Good morning and welcome to all online participants. I'm pleased to speak to you today and to present the Federal Republic's approach to dealing with objects on our collections with colonial origins. My presentation will be divided in the following sections. First, the structure of the museum landscape in Germany and the working methods of the Repatriation Länder Working Group. Second, the framework principles. And third, guidelines for a three-road strategy on documentation and digital publication of the collections. Let me give you some background on how our setup came to exist. In order to understand the tasks of the Repatriation Länder Working Group, it is necessary to know the constitutional structure of the Federal Republic of Germany. Germany initially consists of one singular federal state, the so-called Bund. The nation is then divided into 16 individual federal states or Länder, as they are commonly known. Within these states, there are further subdivisions at the municipal level. All three of these levels, federal, state, and local, can be sponsors of public institutions, especially museums, whose holdings may contain cultural assets from colonial contexts. Due to the independence of the Länder on cultural matters, the vast majority of museums are owned by the Länder and local authorities. In principle, the private and public owners of these collections decide on their own responsibility how they want to deal with these cultural assets, for example, whether they provide public information about their holdings or whether and under what conditions they return cultural assets to the society or country of origin. This means, for example, that the federal government has no power to decide on objects that are owned by a state or municipal museum. However, the federal, state, and local governments agree to actively assume their historical responsibility in dealing with Germany's colonial past. And they want to coordinate closely when dealing with this colonial past. In order to achieve the goal of coordinated action, a body composed of representatives from all three levels is needed. For this reason, the federal and state governments, together with the municipal umbrella organizations, agreed on October 12, 2018, to set up the Bund Länder AG, or Repatriation Länder Working Group, on dealing with collections from colonial context to perform this task. Let me now present the working methods and results of this new working structure. The working group consists of representatives of the Länder, representatives of the Office of the Federal Government Commissioner for Culture and Media, the Federal Foreign Office, the Federal Ministry of Education and Research, the Federal Ministry for Economic Cooperation and Development, the Cultural Foundation of the Länder, as well as representatives of the municipal umbrella organizations. In addition, representatives of the German Museum Association, Deutscher Museumsbund, and the ICOM take part in the meetings. Almost all important decisions and agreements from recent years concerning the handling of cultural assets from colonial contexts were prepared in terms of content by the Federation Länder Working Group. Particularly worthy of mention are the so-called framework principles for dealing with collections from colonial contexts. And also to be mentioned, the initiation of a German contact point for these collections. Professor Hilgatt has already given you information about this contact point. As well as, and these are very recent, the guidelines for a three-road strategy on the documentation and digital publications of the collections. The framework principles for dealing with collections from colonial contexts were adopted by the politically responsible bodies at federal, state, and municipal level in March 2019. I would like to briefly outline the main points and statements of these principles. First, a clear commitment to Germany's colonial past and the resulting political responsibility. Second, the objective of conducting the reappraisal of the colonial past in a process based on partnership and on equal terms with the states and societies formerly affected by colonialism. Third, the framework principles also contain a clear commitment to the return of cultural property that was acquired unlawfully or unethically. In addition to these key statements, the framework principles identify 6 areas of activity in which the signatories want to make progress and which are considered indispensable for coming to terms with the colonial past. The most important are, with this first on being a priority, transparency and documentation. We acknowledge the importance of conducting inventories and digitizing collections from colonial contexts, and we examine ways to support institutions which hold such collections. I will deal with this goal separately in the last point of my presentation. Second point, provenance research. Provenance research forms the basis for assessing the origin of the collection and the circumstances of acquisition. Research is also intended to determine whether an appropriation took place by force or without the consent of the entitled person. Third, return. It is seen as an ethical moral obligation to identify and return cultural assets from colonial context whose appropriation took place in a legally or ethically unacceptable manner today. Human remains from colonial contexts are generally to be returned. The institutions preserving cultural property are called upon to independently and proactively identify collection items for which repatriation is possible even without a prior request. Fourth, cultural exchange and international cooperation. The responsible handling of collection materials from colonial contexts requires dialogue, exchange, and cooperation with the countries of origin and the societies of origin concerned. Lastly, one of the most urgent tasks named in the framework principles is to create transparency regarding the cultural assets in our collections, because only the greatest possible transparency enables worldwide participation. The politically responsible committees adopted the so-called three-road strategy in October this year. In order to understand the three-road strategy, it is important to know that there are a wide range of scientific collections in Germany in terms of processing and documentation. Some collections are, at least in part, already available online. Other collections are still in the very early stages of being catalogued. The three-road strategy contains the following key statements. The greatest possible transparency is a requirement for successful work in all other areas of the framework principles, in particular for a potential return. The three-road strategy provides for three equivalent approaches, which all help reach the long-term goal of the greatest possible degree of transparency. The main advantage of this strategy is that, despite the magnitude and complexity of the challenge, quick and ongoing results can be achieved without losing sight of the medium and long-term tasks. The three-road strategy is to be planned and implemented with the help of experts from the countries and societies of origin, as well as the diaspora in Germany. And as its name suggests, it provides for three different paths. Road 1 is access, which is the short-term goal. Creation of a central access to collection from colonial contexts which have already been published digitally. Road 2 is transparency, our medium and long-term plan. The basic digitization and digital publication of still unpublished collections from colonial contexts in a central data repository. Road 3 is cooperation, which is long-term. Digitization and digital publication of collections based on standards devised in collaboration with countries and societies of origin, as well as the diaspora in Germany. We plan to test the three-road strategy initially in a pilot phase with 10 to 12 facilities. These should be museums, but also other institutions with scientific collections, such as universities. As you can see, the federal, state, and local governments, together with their museums, are on a consistent path here. This is a task that we are tackling with determination, but one that will occupy us for a long time. Yet, it is a task that we look forward to and that will help us to get to know the entanglements and complications of our own history and to enter into a new dialogue. With that, I thank you for your attention on this important topic and for your interest in the setup and ideas behind the Federation Länder Working Group. I would expect that you still have comments and questions on the topic. But because the next panel of the conference is now beginning, I would invite you to submit your comments in writing in the chat so that we may consider them later during the conference. Thank you for your attention.
For the moderation of this panel, I would like to welcome Professor Eckhard Kühne. Professor Kühne studied classical archaeology, ancient history, and Christian archaeology in Bonn and Heidelberg, and he completed his doctorate in 1996. He has worked in different leading positions in the museum sector in Germany. He was, for example, the director of the Rheinisches Landesmuseum in Trier in 2008, and in 2011 he became director of the and business manager of the Historisches Museum in Pfalz in Speyer. Professor Kühne has been member of the executive committee of the Deutscher Museumsbund since 2010 and was elected as its president in 2014. In 2014, Professor Kühne also became director of the Bayerisches Landesmuseum in Karlsruhe. Professor Kühne, thank you for accepting the invitation to moderate this panel. We are very honored to have you here, and the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, and a warm welcome to all the participants, to the great audience. It's an honor to be here. And well, let's see. The first panel is on transparency and documentation, especially on the collections, and we will discuss best in the area of, excuse me, best practice, things in the area of documenting collections from colonial contexts, not only for Germany, but always with an approach to see the European context. And we should take into account the following guiding questions. Which additional support do German and European institutions need for documenting and digitizing collections from colonial contexts? Which matters need to be prioritized? Are there ways of improving collaboration schemes with countries and societies of origin in the areas of documentation and digitization of collections for colonial contexts? So, let me introduce the participants of that panel. Are we all together? Hopefully. First, I want to introduce Mrs. Flower Manase. She is curator of history at the National Museum and House of Culture in Dar es Salaam in Tanzania. Mrs. Manase holds a bachelor degree in history and archaeology and a Master of Science in National Resources Assessment and Management from the University of Dar es Salaam. Mrs. Manase has worked in several projects and curated national and international exhibition projects, including, for example, Remix Africa in Translation in Tanzania by the University of Bayreuth and the EU UNESCO-funded project Roads to Independence, the African Liberation Heritage. Mrs. Manase is currently involved in provenance research of museum collections from colonial context in Tanzania as well as in Berlin, under the collaboration of the National Museum of Tanzania, the University of Dar es Salaam, the Humboldt University, and the Ethnological Museum, Berlin State Museums, a project funded by the Gerda Henkel Foundation. Then I want to introduce Professor Dr. Wiebke Arndt. She is director of the Übersee Museum in Bremen. She studied ethnology, Mesoamerican studies in Göttingen and Bonn. She undertook different study and research visits in Los Angeles and Mexico. In 1996, she received her doctorate in Mesoamerican studies. From the end of 1999 until the beginning of 2002, she was head of the American department at the Museum der Kulturen in Basel, Museum of Cultures. Since March 2002, she is the director of the Übersee Museum in Bremen. And since October 2006, she holds a honorary professorship in the Faculty of Cultural Science at the University of Bremen. Since May 2010, she was a member of board from 2011 until 2018, vice president of the German Museums Association. In that function, she was head of the German Museums Association working groups, drawing up the recommendations for the care of human remains in museums and collections, and the guidelines for the care of collections from colonial contexts. Christian Nana Chuiseu is curator and director of the Blackitude Museum in Yaoundé in Cameroon. He is a specialist in information and communication sciences, combining journalistic and media practices with a sustained option for the production of cultural and creative content. He is the director, exhibition curator, and creative artist of the Blackitude Museum in Cameroon. Sorry, there was another sound in here. Christian Nana is also president of ICOM Cameroon and international vice president of the ICOM Advisory Council, International Council of Museums. He is also a member of national and international institutions or organizations that specialize in the fields of art, culture, and communication, and a board member of AFRICOM, the ICOM African organization. As part of the experiences gathered during his professional career in the audiovisual media, he has been also responsible for setting up of communication companies, digital platforms, and TV. Dr. Jonathan Fein is head of the Ethnological Museum, Berlin State Museums. He has been active in addressing issues of digital transparency of museums, collections, and documentation, especially with respect to colonial contexts. He initiated a project to digitize and publish online the historical archive, acquisition files, inventories, and correspondence ledgers of the former Berliner Museum für Völkerkunde from 1831 to 1947. He is also a principal investigator in the Digital Benin project at the Museum am Rotenbaum in Hamburg. He has held numerous fellowships, including a Jacob Javits Fellowship and a Federal Chancellor's Fellowship from the Alexander von Humboldt Foundation. He serves as secretary of the Benin Dialogue Group and is a member of the German Museums Association Working Group on Collections from Colonial Contexts. So again, a warm welcome to all of you. And according to the three main questions, first question would be, what do we need to create transparency, especially on the collections? And which additional support is needed in a German and a European perspective to go further on that theme? So maybe my first ask goes to Mrs. Manase. What do you think from your perspective? What do we need to be better in transparency and documenting collections?
Oh, thank you so much. And I'm really grateful to have this opportunity to join the conference. Regarding the question, I think that we should first understand that transparency is a wider terminology that has no boundary. So when we are speaking of transparency, we should also take account of country to country, public and institutions, and even the communities. So we should also understand that we are talking of no boundary. If we are speaking of transparency, we should not consider the boundaries. And for the documentation, we should also understand the question of what and which. What are we documenting and which objects are we documenting? So it is really essential to understand before taking any steps of how should we do the preliminary works for this process of working on these colonial objects. And for my case, I think that we should understand that while we are dealing with the objects, there are those objects which have different stories. And when we speak of documentation, we are speaking about the people's life. So when we try to document people's life or past life, we should also understand there is a lot of things, including the ethics and ethos to consider. So I think we need to do a lot of work, the groundwork before starting the steps of the project.
Thank you. Are there any best practice examples where we could rely on maybe? Professor Arndt, can you give some remarks on that point?
I think we are not at a stage to look at best practice examples. I think there are some collections, the Te Papa Museum, for example, but also the Netherlands, which have already a lot of information online where we can have a check. But I think what Flower Manasse is pointing out is that we need more than the traditional inventory lists online. That's what the databases in German museums usually are. They're digitalized inventory books with a photo in best cases of the respective object. But if we really would like to document the life of people staying behind these objects, then we need more information in the databases, and we have to develop standards to do so. And I think it's too early to talk about best practice, but what we really need is an exchange between different point of views, different knowledge levels, and to really foster data models which have standards so that it's possible to really find our collections and the information Flower Manasse is pointing out, which is important to the societies of origin.
At the first point would, of course, to have knowledge about the things already existing. So for
Yeah.
German's museum, that this is always the first point where we have to get more information and clearance, because discussions usually only start if you know what is in the museum's collections. And is there anything to be done for that first step?
I think so, yes. I think we should really get our collections online. We need to have an infrastructure for that. It's important that people from other countries can find these collections. It's usually then they are on the home pages of a certain museum. So really you have to know where to look for. So we need also an infrastructure so that people really can find these collections. I think it's the first step that we have the inventories online, but it's only the first step. We have to continue on that path, and it will take time.
Thank you. Mr. Nana Chuseo, what do you think on that theme? Maybe you can switch on your microphone. So we just can't hear you. So maybe we have to clear this. So I would like to ask the same question, Mr. Jonathan Fein. Mr. Nana, are you with us?
Yes, I'm with you. Okay.
So anybody of you, please join us.
All right, thank you very much to invite me to this panel. And I'm very happy to be here. And I think that the question of documentation and question of transparency is very important. And if we need to have a good documentation, for me, the first step, we have to see what we have now as documentation and how we can complete it. Now we are talking like the setup that documents life of people. It's not only life of people, it's life of different community. When we have community, we have to integrate also their knowledge on this kind of documentation. That is very important because we have to take those information, even it's oral, and we have to integrate it because it's a sciences process. And on this sciences process, we have to make sure that we have the good history, the good documentation of the collections. That is very important because if you don't associate the different community in this kind of documentation, I'm not sure that we have a good documentation. And talking about colonialism collection that we have not only in Germany but in Europe, I tell you. So it's very important for us to make sure that we can have many points of view and integrate people in this kind of documentation. That is very important for me. That is the first step that you can do also to start our work. Hello?
Thank you.
Hello.
Mr. Fein, please.
Thank you, and thank you, Flower and Mr. Chusu. I think there are two important things to recognize, and that is that information that we put online, although the internet is, in a sense, forever, is a tool. It's a tool to understand what is where and how it got there. And I think we have to accept the fact that we should and will put things online that are not authoritative, that are work in progress, that are there as an invitation to discuss and an invitation to explore. And I think it's important that we bear in mind how we frame the things that are put online in an effort to transparency so that we are clear that we are not 100% sure of the correctness of the information or 100% sure of the accuracy of the information, or even that the information makes sense at all. And a third point is that we have to be open to very quickly address political wishes from partners in Africa, in Oceania, in the communities and countries from which the objects come if they have an objection to putting the information online at all. That we need to work out with colleagues in advance what a process for removing information from an online database would be, and how, despite the decision to remove it, we remain in some sense transparent as to where it is. So I think those things are important to bear in mind.
Thank you. So when we see about the three-way strategy, which is now proposed by as we heard it in the introductions, do you think that this three-way strategy is a good starting point to deal with these different tasks? Anyone might answer.
Absolutely, absolutely. Any movement in this direction is welcome, but I think we shouldn't underestimate the amount of effort and the amount of assistance that museums will need in order to realize this strategy, both in the medium and in the long term. The efforts involved in museums changing not only their orientation towards documentation, but also their approach to digital documentation will be enormous. And I think museums need the kind of support that can only come from the political level in order to accomplish that. But we also need increased support, and that's why I think the contact point is so crucial for our communications with colleagues abroad, with colleagues in Cameroon, with colleagues in Tanzania, with colleagues in Fiji, in Ariotea, etc.
Are there any perspectives to combine that or to bring together this new three-way strategy with other countries by now? Are there in Europe other countries doing similar things? Because many of the themes are not a German thing, of course. The question is always, as Mrs. Nana said, beyond borders. So are there chances to connect this approach with things already other European maybe countries are doing?
I think other countries in Germany, in Europe, sorry, are ahead of us. They have their collections already online, their inventories online. Usually what Dr. Fein said, information on provenance usually is not online. And because it's complicated to have this information in a database, we need discussions. How can we put these research results in our databases? And what's also a huge problem also in other countries is the language. It's, when we have inventories online, it's usually in the mother tongue of the countries where the objects are stored. And we need multilingual databases, and we need standards for that as well. And what we also should, that's what I like this three-way strategy, it's really to get started at a certain point and to find a way to set priorities, because these collections we are talking about are huge. We are not only talking about the ethnographic collections, they're huge already, but if you take in account the natural history collections, then it goes into the millions. And we need a strategy where to start, with which kind of collections we should start getting them online, because we cannot do everything at the same time. And I think it's the three-way strategy gives us a possibility to really talk about these priorities, to see what's most important, what is second, and also to find ways which think in a multidisciplinary way, so not a one-way route, and to take into account the different point of views of different cultures and different perspectives. So it's a long way, and I think it's, as I said already, it's only that some countries in Germany have their collections already online, so they are a bit ahead of us. So we have to catch up in Germany in questions of digitization.
So maybe I ask again for the best practice then. So if we have to create that tool of our digital collections, maybe Mr. Chuseo, from your perspective, from which country Germany could learn in that aspect? So what would be good examples how to present the collections as a starting point for a work? Is it okay? Could you hear me? Or maybe Mrs. Manase, if she can hear me. From your perspective, looking on other countries outside Germany, what could be good examples for presenting in a collection online? Which information should be included in that first tool from your perspective?
Yeah, for me, I think I won't go straight to mention the country, but I feel like there is a lot to learn from other countries in Europe and also in US, because why am I not mentioning the country exactly is because I will not like to see Germany repeating the mistakes which other countries have already done. And for me, I feel like for the German, they should learn the mistakes and improve and go forward. And this mainly is on the accession of this information. If the information is going to go online, how are we going to access it? Especially both communities. And while I'm saying communities, is not only the German community, I'm speaking also of the communities of origin. So for me, I feel like it's time for the German authorities to try to see and create a new methodology which will not be more of bureaucratic to the communities of origin to access the information. So I feel like this is like an opportunity for the German to correct the mistakes which have already been done with other European countries and to come up with something which is more engaging and involving and making all these people who share maybe the information or the objects to feel they own the database, to feel they can access, to feel they can research, and also to empower now these communication and contacts which were not there.
Thank you. Mr. Fein, from your perspective, what might be the mistakes we have made so far? Or what would you focus on?
I think we're at such an early stage in many instances of putting collections of objects and information about them online that it's hard to speak now from mistakes or in terms of mistakes, except perhaps that it's taken so long to reach this step. I think I probably take a slightly different point of view to that of Professor Arndt in terms of languages. I think digital tools for translating websites, software, and databases will be moving so swiftly ahead in the next few years. We've seen that with Google Translate, with DeepL, and with other tools that the translation of information is itself less likely to be a problem. The transcription of information is likely to be a problem. And I think we in Germany, because old German scripts are so difficult to read, do have quite a high burden to do that. I think in terms of what we need to think about is we need to think about an integrated and integrative approach towards putting things online. And I say that quite carefully because what I would aim to put online are not simply objects, but objects and information about objects embedded in informational contexts. I think we can be quite audacious about how proactive we are putting things online, because what essentially we're putting online are probably pictures of objects and information from museums, which is necessarily partial in both senses of the word, incomplete, and from a particular perspective. I think we could be more audacious than our other European colleagues in terms of the platforms that we create to do that, not merely putting catalogs of objects online or lists of objects online, but embedding them within platforms that enable exchange of information about them and around them, that open up people who wish to see them from communities of origin or from researchers, whether they're in the global south or the global north, to get a view of the objects in their embeddedness in their informational contexts. And there, I think, interestingly enough, the British Museum and Google Cultural Institute have taken some first tentative steps in that direction, but I can imagine others.
So I think that would be the third part of this three-way strategy, to create such contexts to make discussion taking place. And Mr. Chuseu, I try again. Can you hear us? What would you suppose in that context?
Yeah, yes, I think that we cannot say that it's a mistake, because any mistake we can try to correct any mistake, because we have in this kind of work start to, as we are talking, integrate the community of origin of those collections. So that is the first step. When we want to have a good documentation, we have to take the point of view of the different researchers and the different members of those society. We are talking about colonialism collections. And you know that in Africa, most of our collection is ritual. And when we have a ritual collection, we have to refer to the different society where this collection is coming from. If you don't have the good documentation and the good relationship, what I'm saying, the good relationship with different communities of origin of those collections, you cannot get a good information. Now we have the problem of how we can, when we receive all those information, how we can verify it and make the transcription to be sure that what we have collected is a good information. So that is to create a good relationship with community of origin of those collections first, and to create a good relationship with the priest and priestess, who is the people who have this collection and who know the function of this collection. And the third is also now to be sure that all those collections will have a good database, and also to have an additional information on this kind of collection. That is, for me, how we can work, how we can do to have a good collection and a good documentation. And even we want to digitalize it, it's good, and have an website and also another platform where people can contribute when they get information, when they can have more information to complete what we have received. That is very important.
So I think this is the thing we might agree here, that it's not only on documenting the objects, but also to create first maybe digital platforms, or to create a contact and to create a discussion. But that, of course, would mean that dealing with the collections would take much more time than just the first step in just opening the digital inventory. So when I think of the discussion now, you all focus mainly on the third part of this three-way strategy, to enable the contact, to enable the discussion, to enable the together work on the collections. And you might see that the first step just in publishing the objects it's really a necessary tool we have not been talking about so much. So for the German museum, this might be difficult because we always have to focus still and maybe parallel on that first thing, just to bring this ground information into the internet. Mrs. Arndt, how do you see this? For a museum, there have to be a lot of people then working on these things. You need a lot of resources, which maybe the German museums already do not have.
Absolutely. We need more personnel. That means we need more money. I think that's it's a complaint typical for German museums that comes on every conference I can remember of, but it's necessary, absolutely necessary. We need better infrastructure in the museums. We need more personnel to do this work because human beings are doing this work. It's not done by itself, and it is in a way a new task for the museums, even if, especially if we want to speed up, which we really have to, then we need more people. But I would add another point to the discussion, which makes it probably more complicated, even more complicated. When we discuss about open data and exchange, we talk about sharing and exchanging knowledge. And then we're coming to questions about judicial and ethical questions regarding information to be put online. Who is deciding on what? How can we bring different perspectives into this discussion? We have a lot of questions regarding this, personality rights, copyrights. When we bring objects online, people can use them for several things. They should use them for several things, but how can we make sure that the copyrights are safe, not from our museums, but patterns, for example, which come from different communities? Who is deciding on what kind of information can we put online? Who is deciding which objects should be presented with a photo, with which objects shouldn't? So how take we care on all the sensitive objects we have in the collection? I think this is something which we should add to our discussions, because in my museum, this is coming in overwhelming questions. The closer we get to putting everything online, it's where are the limits and how can we find good answers to these limits?
And therefore, you again need the contact to the communities of origin, of course.
Yes, international exchange on that, definitely, yes.
And maybe this could be a good next thing to discuss about. What are the experiences of that international exchange, and how could we getting better in that point? Maybe Mrs. Manade, what have been your experiences on that?
First of all, I feel like solving the colonial problems in 21st century, and while we are having the museums which came from the colonial production, we should also start to rethink, rework, and transforming the museum ideologies, because we are trying to solve the museum colonial problems while we are sitting on top of those problems which were already created by the colonial structures we have not yet changed. Why am I saying so? Is because we cannot document the collections which we don't have the information, the right information. We might have the information, but they might not be the right information. And this is where we are trying to solve the question of who should decide and what should be put on the database. Because if you have the right information, you will clearly know where the objects came, how it was used. So we are talking about the meaning, the context, and also the function. And once you know the meaning and the context and the function, it will guide you to know whether the object should go public or should be classified, or should be, again, communicated to the community for restitution. Maybe it has more meaning to go back to the community. So for me, I feel like it's really important to consider the provenance research while we are also rethinking, reworking, and transforming our museum ideologies. And this is not only in Europe, but also in Africa, because we all inherited all these colonial structures and we are now trying to solve their problems while we have not reworked and rethink and transforming them. So I feel like while we are also trying to document we should also have the information, the right and proper information from the provenance research.
So maybe on that topic, Mr. Choiseo again.
Okay, yes. Right, I agree with my colleague of Tanzania. That is a very good question, because now we don't have museums like European. I have participated last week for a workshop here about those questions of museums. What can we do now concerning museums in Africa? Did we have the same identity with European museum? I say no. Now Africa, here in Cameroon, we're trying to have a new museologic aspect and a new museums, because now we try to don't have the same position to the museum definitions, because that is very good when we to have our own museum's identity. That is very good for us. And also when we try to make inventory of different places here in Cameroon, and also the collection that museums that we can have here on the different museum space, is very important to rethinking the relationship that we have learned from the European museums, and make and how we can say that, to recontextualize this point of view of museum. We have a good experiences on share our different, to let museum, and especially German museums, to rethinking the documentation on those different collections that they have there, and how they can use those collections, and how, as some of our colleague talking about, to know how we can put the different collection online, who will give us the right information, or who will allow us to make a good documentation, have the wrong documentation. Because the problem that I have several times when I arrive in the museum in Europe is that when I look and when I read most of documentation of most of presentation of artifacts, I'm not agree a lot of time with the presentation, because there's a small mistake, or say there's most of time wrong information, because they are not making a good research from the collection coming from the different countries, not only from Cameroon, but only from other parts of Africa. So when I have this kind of documentation, I think that we need to be close for the community of origin, and to be close in the field with the different people who are taking care of those collections. And those people will give very good for me how we can do something like that.
Thank you. I found it very interesting that you spoke about the museums in your countries and how they understand their work and how they change. And that is a different understanding of museum, like we have it in Europe, and we had this big discussion on ICOM worldwide. Of course, even in Germany is a strong discussion about that. So maybe we ask Mr. Fein, could you imagine how your museum would change in that process of working with the collections of colonial context, working with the communities of origin? Do you expect your museums situation and will change during this?
I hope so. I think that's the only reasonable position. I think one has to be aware of the fact that there are different kinds of museums with different kinds of missions. And I think the kinds of museums that are in the focus today, museums that one would broadly call ethnographic, are museums that focus on, or should focus on, understanding the plurality of cultural positions that exist in the world and the plurality of questions that people around the world are posing and have posed in the past. And of course, by working more closely with museums in other countries and with communities of origin where the objects come from, our own questions change and our perspective on the objects for which we are at the moment guardians and have a responsibility changes. I think the most interesting challenge will be to deal with different approaches to authority about knowledge. Because I think in many European institutions, we're accustomizing, or we're growing accustomed to the idea that we hold no monopoly on authority about information. But I think in many other contexts, there are clear lines of authority about who is entitled to speak about the meaning of an object, who's entitled to be initiated into secret information, and whether that can be given or not given. And that may lead to interesting processes of negotiation. But it's also important to bear in mind that when we talk about digitization and online publication, we're not talking about an on or off switch. There are different degrees of transparency that are possible. So for example, my museum has taken the position that for certain objects, we will give a record of the object into the internet, but we will not give pictures of the objects into the internet because those images have been expressly asked not to be shown. That comes up sometimes with colonial photography, where images of tremendous violence may be shown and the descendants of the people in that community or of the people pictured may not wish the violence to be depicted again. I think from one of the comments, one of the things that I'd like to pick up was a question about what does transparency mean when there's an immense quantity of data? Because if we, as German institutions, are now going to be entering onto these three roads, we will imagine that we will be creating tremendous amounts of data in the future. And I think we have to think very carefully about what are the kind of key pieces of information that people need to find the things that they're looking for quickly. And therefore, I think we need to initiate a kind of higher level dialogue with colleagues in other countries about how people in other countries are interested in using digital data, how they search digital data, whether photographs, whether images, whether keywords, whether geography are the kind of factors that we need to be looking at. And I think we shouldn't prejudge which pieces of information are likely to be the most important. So I think we need to, you asked whether we should be involved in the third stage of the longer, the third road, which is the sort of longer perspective on developing a platform. But I think we need to, in some sense, begin that conversation right now in order to reach the kind of transparency that other users of the data, regardless of where they are, find easy and transparent.
I disagree a bit with you, Dr. Fein. I think we cannot anticipate all the questions people ask to our collections now and in the future, and from different countries and perspectives. So I think we have from the beginning, we have to talk about the retrieval. We have to talk about open data. We have to talk about the technical possibilities to search in our collections from different point of views. And you also have to think about our visitors who sometimes come up with questions which are not our questions, and maybe look for objects which are blue or which show something female or something like that. So we really should talk about retrieval and the technical possibilities to that. And for that, we need, again, exchange of different point of views. We need research on this so that we are really create open data where people can really search and from different perspectives. And I think this is still something we should also discuss internationally with different communities of origin to really anticipate a bit, but I think we cannot anticipate the questions of the future. We're living in the now and then.
Any comments on that? Yeah, I just wanted to ask Professor Arndt whether you think that museums and collections holding that objects have the proper mindset to do all of this. And that you are all part of your local organizations and governments. You are part of the city of Bremen, of the state of Bremen, sorry. And do you have enough support from them? And is the mindset of the museum as a museum ready to do all of this? I just wanted to ask because museums are run by lots of people. You need many persons doing all that work. And it's a process of change, of course, because there are new things to do about. And is that a point we have shortly to talk about, what we could do in this on this point?
Yes, I think this is an important topic. We discuss it in the Übersee Museum almost every day, that we have to work on our digital mindset. People work with these collections from different perspectives in the museum: restorators, curators, digital strategy officers. Me as a director, we have all different point of views already. And we have to really work on to make sure that these collections will be online, and how do we act with that. And so I think this is still something to do. We have still to work on our skills. Most people like me, we are coming from an analogous generation. We are still in a learning process on all these digitization questions. And I think we have really to work on that in the museums. We have to enable our employees, our personnel, to develop this digital mindset and to do this. And I think in the you talked about the city of Bremen. Yes, they see digitization as a major objective. They really have to. They start giving us money to do this work. But I think my discussions, not only in Bremen but with others, is it's for them it's all shocking to see how many objects we are talking about. I think they hope that this work would be done within a few years, and it won't. And it will probably last forever because it will never be finished. So we really have to bring the museums in a situation to work with their digitized collections, not only now, but in the future. And this needs skills, this needs personnel, this needs funding and infrastructure. So I think it has to change. If the politicians and the administrations really want that the museums act differently from now on, they have to give the museums the funding to do so. And I think this is something which I feel it's in the discussions in the administrations, the issue is seen, but the funding is still not enough. If we continue in the way we do right now, we are in a slow motion process, and I think nobody has the patience to continue in a slow motion process. So we need more funding on that. But we also need the skills in the museum.
And of course, we need permanent funding. And
yes, we need permanent funding. It's nothing where you finance a project and then the project is over and the people are gone and it's in a static level. So we really need continuous funding.
So with a view on the time, maybe we should go over to a Q&A session. But if the participants do have any wish to have any additional remarks for last.
I'd like to pick up on one of the questions from the chat because I think it's important, and I think it leads to a dilemma that in a sense there's no way around, and that is that digitization is not merely a sort of neutral creation of information. Structure is content, and content affects structure. I think we need to not just be talking about the sort of publication of limited things from museum databases, but as Professor Arndt said, the effects of a kind of open data policy. The question that I have is, if the creation of the kinds of data structures and digitizations projects we're talking about now determines the kind of epistemologies that those data sets reflect, in what sense is it possible to move outside of the kind of colonialist mindsets that have informed the creation of digital structures up to this point? And I think that that's an open question. I see no clear or easy way through that. And it's for me the sort of large nightmare that looms behind a kind of initiative like the one we're talking about. In other words, are we projecting colonialism further into the digital age in a way that, that we will regret in 20 or 30 years?
Thank you. Mrs. Manasse, do you have a final remark before we go to the Q&A section?
Yes, thank you. I do agree with Jonathan in a lot of points he has tried to raise. And I think for the documentation project, we should not focus on putting everything to the internet. We should also consider that the repatriation, when the repatriation occurs, it will all go to the museum. Because if the museums, they don't understand the objects and they are forced into the position to put everything online, at the end, all these blames will fall to all these curators. And for me, I feel like for the authorities and for the practitioners, the cultural practitioners and people who are in position to change things, they should first understand the transparency, as I said, without boundaries, meaning that first we should understand the aspect of ownership, who owns the object before you want to put everything online or to create something else. We should then classify the objects, because the objects that Europe has, the objects that the museums in Germany have, they were not meant only for public. Some of them were meant for certain community. And within the community, there are some of the objects which were meant only for a section or a group of people. So we should all understand all these classifications behind the objects. And then we should go to the agreement then. After we have all this information and necessary documents, we should have kind of the agreement that how to go about putting now everything on the online. Because as Jonathan said, after some years, we might regret all these efforts that we are trying to do right now.
Thank you. Mr. Chuseo, your final remark?
Yes. A lot about what I'm going to say. But I say that we are talking about colonial collection. And when we have this kind of colonial collections, we have to be careful when we want to have documentation and to have a lot of transparency when we write this kind of documentation. When we need to have sources who will give us those kind of information. So we have to be careful when we collect it, because if you are not careful, we will have a wrong information most of the time. So, and the agreement with the local community is very important, because we have different kind of collection and artifacts in museum, not only Europe. So we have to to advise people to let to be clear when we need this kind of documentation, because when we approach the kind of we are talking about memories. We have the guardian of memories here in Africa, and most of the time in different space here in our kingdom. So we need to be careful when we need sources to collect those kind of information. And when we are talking also about transparency is very important, because the two parts, part in Europe or part in Africa, because of the will be integrated and will work closely on this kind of work. So that is very important for me, the way that we can start to work on this kind of colonial collection, and to be clear with local communities. I'm very insist on this question, because if the local communities of origin was not integrated on this kind of work, we cannot have a good documentation, and we will have a kind of agreement with them to let them be confident that we are working for them to collect more information on those collections that we have in Germany. So that is what I can say.
Thank you. So we go on for the Q&A section, I think. Mrs. Paris.
Professor Kühne, yeah, thank you very much. And also to all participants, we have many questions. We'll try to answer maybe 3 or 4 of them, because we don't have too much time left. The first one it is maybe related to what Flower Manasseh was just saying, and it is about the preference of the countries and societies of origin, whether for documentation and transparency they would like a swift online publication of databases to initiate dialogue and knowledge sharing and to identify problematic holdings, or whether they would rather work on a year-long or a long-term comprehensive documentation process before publishing, which I mean, this would delay, of course, transparency. But what would you rather have? Something fast so that you can identify the objects really fast, or a long-term, more comprehensive process?
I think for my case, I would rather prefer a gradual and accurate, at least accurate. I can't say 100% accurate, but at least accurate process. Because sometimes while we are working at the museum, I know the museums are political institutions. So as the curator, when you are trying to react and to fit in the political agenda, you might miss the essential part of the community and the cultural values associated with objects. As I said, these objects and the documentation process, we are trying to recreate life. We are trying to bring all this life into reality, and we are trying to recreate the identity of people whom we have not even met. So for me, I will feel like I'm not trying not only to fit the political agenda, but I'll try to balance, have something which is gradual, not the slow process at all, but something which is moving and at least accurate, where we will find the balance between the politics and the community's wishes. And again, trying to preserve the values and ethos to these objects.
Thank you very much. Another topic that was very present during the discussion is, of course, the cooperation with the countries and societies of origin. And on that respect, there is a question also from the audience. When you speak of requests or perspectives from societies of origin, whom exactly do you have in mind? Government representatives of modern post-colonial states, or traditional or community leaders? Maybe that would be a question for Christian, Nana, Chuso.
All right, thank you for this question. I think that when I'm talking about community of origins, it's a local community, because the object is coming from somewhere. Object is coming from somewhere to move to Germany or to move to Europe. So most of time, local community was not integrated when we want to have more information on these artifacts and documentation. So it's very important to be close of those people, to collect more information, even if it's oral, collect more oral information and try to verify it, because we are in the sciences domain, and try to verify it before making an good documentation. Because if you are not taking, if you are not close of those local communities, in local kingdoms where the object and artifact are coming from, we are not sure that we will have a good documentation on this artifact or on these collections. So it's more important to have those local, this kind of work when we want to have a good documentation. And we are transparency. Transparency means what? It means that we need to explain to the people where the artifact is coming from, that we are doing these documentations and we are doing documentation on artifact or on collection coming from your community. And I'm very happy because we have this kind of discussion here, because here in Cameroon, we are starting to have a kind of map of different local communities who have collection or artifacts out of Cameroon. That is very good for us to start with this kind of map, because with this map, we will know where collection who is in Germany coming from, where collection of who is in France is coming from, in US and other part of the country of the world. So it's very important for me to start to integrate local community in this kind of work and to have more transparencies on what we have to do.
Thank you very much, Christian. Now, there is a question maybe for Professor Kühne. A member, someone from the audience is wondering whether or what could be the role of ICOM or museum associations in Europe in handling and transmitting return information requests, in particular from the countries and societies of origins. I mean, how do you see the role of museum associations in Europe in supporting this transparency and documentation process?
I think the first thing is to bring on information and to bring on discussion and to set some, let's say, guidelines or best practice examples. Professor Arndt did two things on the ancestral remains, as well as the dealing with the objects from colonial context. So we are providing as much information as possible and giving best practice and tips for handling with these themes. I think that is an important task, and Professor Arndt could talk more about that thing. I think the other thing is to bring these ideas and to connect the European countries. And since the German Museums Association is more focusing on Germany, that would be a task we could talk to the ICOM people, of course, and to the network of the European Museums Organizations, NEMO, which is also connecting the European museums. But our role is, I think, to moderate, to organize a discussion and to bring the museums together.
Thank you very much. There you have an additional role as president of the German Museum Association. I think I'm moving to another question, maybe to Professor Arndt. You mentioned maybe the challenges of documenting religious or sacred objects, and we have a question from the audience on how we should deal with these objects and put the information online. What would be your suggestion on that?
I think if we talk about transparency, yes, we have to put them online. Dr. Fein already said how they do it in Berlin. I think it's a good practice and to bring basic information and really to take into account if it's worth, or is it allowed to have a photo online, and really to think about this. There are sensitive objects where you can have a photo and there are others where you aren't. And if you're not sure, maybe you leave the photo away for the beginning and so go step by step. But yes, you should take this into account, that it might be difficult. And at the same time, of course, you have to take into account that if you want to have transparency, then you have to bring at least basic information online. So it cannot be the right answer not to bring anything, because then the information would be hosted in the museum alone, and this cannot be the solution.
Thank you. And there is when I think that the cooperation with the countries and societies of origin is very relevant. A last question maybe for Jonathan Fein, and it's regarding databases. Someone from the audience said that our databases in Europe maybe are object focused. Can we think of an online tool which is more focused on collectors and maybe collections from colonial context, and in which maybe some objects are mentioned and maybe others not?
At the moment, I can't think of that kind of tool, because when I imagine a database, I imagine most museums have been trying to sort of put as much information as they possibly can online as responsibly as they can. But I think what I'm hearing, or what I've heard this morning, is a basic consensus on the goal of transparency, but divergent points of view as to how we get there and what kind of curated information should be made transparent. With Flower sounding a note of caution, and with Mr. Chisu indicating that the creation of information and the sort of publication of information must occur with communities of origin. And I think that those notes of caution stand somewhat in contrast, I think, with the positions that have often resonated through the European press in terms of the greatest possible transparency with the greatest speed at the moment. And I think we need to begin to consider how to bring those goals together. I would like to propose, however, perhaps a slightly different approach, and that is an approach in which perhaps museums or countries outside of Europe designate a digital repository in each of their countries for open data concerning objects possibly from their country around the world, which would then enable the structures in each country to begin to develop their own approach to what they wish to see online, how, when, at what pace, and with what information. And that information could then be shared back with digital repositories in the global north. I think we need to think more broadly about who needs to be in the steering seat about these issues.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Professor Kühne, for the moderation of the panel. And I thank also all participants for your very important contributions. We now have a break.
Thank you very much, and good morning to everyone, and in particular to the colleagues from the Contact Point. I'll try to share my screen now, so everyone can see my presentation. Yeah, I think it's wonderful that we are having this opportunity to discuss the issues. We had yesterday the Center had co-organized a table on very related issues like digital infrastructures and colonial collections in all sorts of institutions in Germany and abroad. And I think, and I believe that we can bring some of the points and conclusions that we had yesterday to the table today as well. And I call upon colleagues in the chat to also comment and bring up questions that we discussed yesterday. And I've already seen some of the points being brought up in the chat. So the Department 5, that's an internal kind of category, the Department Cultural Goods and Collections from Colonial Contexts at the German Lost Art Foundation, who we are and what we do. Claudia Rose introduced the framework principles this morning, and there were these 6 areas of activity, and the second area was called provenance research, and that's exactly the activity that we've been tasked with. So our core business is funding and fostering post-colonial provenance research. I usually start my talks with saying that we are the new kid on the block when it comes to institutions in this field, but I think we can pass on this role now to the contact point, because our department and the funding line were inaugurated in January 2019. So looking back, that means we are already almost 2 years old. For those who don't know the foundation, and I would say it's better known in the world of provenance research on Nazi confiscated art. So let me briefly recapitulate what the tasks of the foundation are. It's actually, the tasks are threefold, I'd say. The core activities, of course, funding and counseling, giving advice to counseling potential applicants, that might apply and submit applications to our funding line for post-colonial provenance research. And differently from what you can see here, our funding line, the one that relates to colonialism and colonial context, is only can only fund public institutions at this point. The second, and I'll return to the funding conditions and everything a bit later. The second area is documentation of the results that are produced in the projects that we fund. And here you see the website address of Provenance, which is the foundation's own database, which was launched earlier this year. And all research results go into this database sooner or later. Then we are concerned, or we do clarification and networking, and that includes raising public awareness for the importance and significance for post-colonial provenance research. It includes lobbying for provenance research, and we do this by organizing conferences and publications, and also workshops. We also do this by teaching, that means dissemination of knowledge. Funding provenance research. I'd just like to specify there's broadly 2 fields or 2 types of provenance research that we can fund. Research that addresses specific objects and collections from colonial contexts in public museums, libraries, and archives. And then as a kind of second type of provenance research, basic and contextual research on how collections came together in the colonial era. In German, that would be Grundlagen- und Kontextforschung. That's broader research on, for example, collectors' networks and so on. And that is typically research that universities and research institutions would be interested in. We've got 2 formats, and I won't go much into detail here. Long-term projects for up to 2 years, and a max funding sum of 300,000 euros, and short-term projects for about 6 months and a max of 15,000 euros. The important thing is that the short-term projects can be applied for very kind of on short notice, so to say, but it need be projects concerning particularly urgent issues like human remains, objects that are being claimed back or considered for return. Who can apply? That's publicly funded institutions, legally based in Germany, but they can work with cooperation partners abroad, such as institutions and experts in the countries of origin. That means that German institutions need to be the official applicant, but the money, the funds can also be used by the cooperation partners, and research will also partially be done by cooperation partners. Detailed information on all these framework and conditions you can find on our website. Something on the statistics. So far, we are currently funding 18 long-term projects and 5 short-term projects, and altogether that's a funding sum of €2.6. And if you're interested in specific information on these projects, you can find them on the project finder. I'd also like to emphasize that we are a very multidisciplinary team. So we have many different expertises in our team. Stephanie Bauer-Mehrwert is an art historian, and she's the main person when it comes to project consulting, to coordination and financial management of projects. Myself, I'm a cultural anthropologist, and one of my focuses is on human remains, but also on restitution and repatriation. Sarah Frund is, and that's very unique, a cultural and a bioanthropologist with a focus on human remains as well. And she's also our specialist for issues of digitalization. And Jan Husken is a historian, and he takes care of the whole field of basic and contextual research here in our department. And I'd like to add here that we also have special regional focuses, and while mine is more in Southern Africa and Australia, where my networks, my scholarly networks are, Sarah Frund's focus is more on Oceania and on the Americas, and Jan Husken's is more on Western Africa and the Caribbean. And this is important because these networks, as we've already emphasized or has been emphasized in the panel this morning, these networks are really crucial for the funding business, for encouraging institutions to apply, for encouraging scholars to get together with institutions and set up projects. But they are also important for engaging in further activities beyond the funding business. And I'd like to mention some of these activities. One of them is our monthly virtual colloquium Provenance research that we hold in cooperation with the Humboldt University and its Center for Anthropological Research on Museums and Heritage. And of course, you're all invited to the next event, which will take place on Monday, December the 14th. And it'll be a kind of sort of summary of 1 year of post-colonial provenance research at the Museum of Asian Art and Ethnological Museum in Dahlem. Then we'll hold a conference, our 2021 conference at the German Lost Art Foundation will be on early claims for the return of objects from colonial contexts or early returns of objects from colonial contexts. We also do publications. We'll soon issue our 2nd issue of the journal Provenance und Forschung, Provenance and Research this year. I think it'll come out early in December. But we also edit and co-edit and co-write guidelines and manuals and overviews. Currently, we are working on guidelines on interdisciplinary provenance research on human remains and on an overview of Namibian artifacts in German museums and collections. And then another really very crucial activity is building national and international networks. I already mentioned that yesterday we had this round table supported by the German Research Association, which tackled the issue of cooperations in the area of infrastructure and provenance research projects concerning holdings and collections from colonial contexts. And this morning we just issued a little news and message and announcement of the most important results from this roundtable. Concerning networks, I'll end with a chart on the networks that we maintain and that we have kind of solidified so far. I think for our department, for the institution, it's absolutely crucial that we have good relations with collecting, curating, exhibiting institutions. And we have that via museums themselves, museum associations like German Museums Association or ICOM Germany. We also have that with these relations with institutions, heritage institutions in countries of origin, like for example, Namibia. Then a second field is universities and research and teaching institutions. And again, we really strive to have and develop further networks, not only in Germany, but also in Europe, for example, with Dutch institutions, and then of course also in the countries of origin. And then we have strong ties with facilitating institutions, which the German contact point for collections from Colonial Contexts is one of. And then funding institutions, that's quite obvious. But the last point that I'd like to stress is that we have strong ties as well with independent experts and interest groups like Arbeitskreis Provenienzforschung and Working Group on Colonial Provenances. So I think this has given you maybe a fairly good impression of who we are, what we do, how we support and foster and fund provenance research. And if you've got questions concerning our work, even after the conference, I'd just like to encourage you, drop us an email. We are here to assist you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Förster, very much for this helpful and elucidating overview of the work that you're doing. The floor is open for questions also now. Maybe we can take one or two. I don't see any in the chat yet. Maybe they'll come in the next few seconds. Otherwise, allow me to pose one. You've spoken about the duration of your projects, Dr. Förster, but how long does it actually take for a museum, let's say on average, what's your experience to acquire the funding, to make the request, and then in the end to have a result on the provenance of a particular object? I know it's difficult to come up with average times, but how much in advance does a museum have to plan? How long will the process overall take to find out about the provenance?
I think that's that depends on the resources of the particular museum, and we all know that that's very different. Like big institutions on the Museum Island in Berlin do have resources, but then there's many smaller museums, and our funding line wants to really also address these smaller museums, encourage them to apply. We've got two deadlines for submissions, and that's the 1st of January and the 1st of June. And what we experience is that the most museums would start like half a year before they submit their applications. And then the process that is in place at our institution is that a couple of months after they've submitted their application, they usually get feedback from the funding committee that has decided whether to fund or not their projects. And most projects would apply for provenance research for a period of between 1 and 2 years, and then expect to have worked through the objects that they wanted to tackle in this project. So, but I can't really give a final statement on this, because we are in the process. None of the projects that have been submitted has been concluded yet.
Yes, thank you very much. I'm sure there'll be quite a lot of requests for research. We have two questions in the chat, meanwhile, that I'd like to pose jointly, and then maybe we go to the break. The first one is, how do you make sure that countries and societies of origin are addressed in the projects that the department funds? And the second one is, in what ways can provenance research move beyond the focus on the collector and the legal path to the museum to engage with the places that objects come from, to evaluate the heritage significant to descendant communities?
Yeah,
Dr. Förster, please.
I think the first question is absolutely fundamental. And I tried to indicate in my short presentation that it is of really vital concern for us that every museum that applies at our institution explore in how far they can work together with scholars, with experts, with interest groups, with institutions, with descendants, with heirs from the countries of origin or the societies of origin. So we don't make it a sine qua non condition, because we know that in some cases, the holdings of museums need to really be first sorted out in order to be able to really approach partners in a responsible way. But we really encourage everyone to explore ways of cooperation. And then also you can have a formal cooperation with partners abroad. And that's very much welcomed by our institution as well. And it's very much supported. And we also give advice and we connect people. So we enable making connections between institutions in order to team up for an application as well. And the second one was on the collectors. And this is really one of the biggest problems that we have, because if we want to do provenance research, the path, the methodological path that we go is in most cases, it's not possible to not go via the collector, because collectors are just better documented than anything else, I would say. But we want to always go beyond that. So we try, if there's any indications of places, sites, local actors that have been involved in the transactions, we encourage institutions to prioritize research around these informations.
All right, thank you. I hope the question was answered properly and doesn't leave anything open. We have received another question that I'd like to pose one more, and that is, Dr. Förster, do you have many artifacts where the provenance is not really clear, and what happens in these cases? Maybe.
Well, I would say,
and then the final word before we go to the lunch break.
Yeah, I think this is a question for the museums. And I think it's been discussed already. Many objects do not come with an obvious provenance, and a lot of provenance research is needed. And I'm pretty sure that in some cases we will not be able to find out the specific provenance. And this is also, I think, a good reason why we should think about how to care about cultural heritage even beyond, the fully established provenance. And I think that's also why, in terms of restitution, other criteria have been put forward, like the significance of objects and not only the unethical way of collecting them.
Thank you very much. As said before, we will take up all of the questions that have been and will still be sent, and try to answer them together with also with the speakers. Dr. Förster, I thank you very, very much for your presentation of the important work that you're doing.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm very glad to open this next panel on a key aspect when dealing with collections from colonial context. Return is another very relevant area of activity defined in the framework principles for dealing with collections from colonial context in Germany. The framework principles highlight the relevance of identifying cultural objects from colonial context which were appropriated in a way which is no longer legally or ethically justifiable. Enabling the return is then a moral and ethical obligation, but also an important political task, especially in the case of human remains. The aim of the following panel on the topic of return is to discuss the current political, ethical, and legal challenges for the return of cultural objects from colonial context, and also to identify relevant European and international measures and action models for the return of cultural objects from colonial context. Before I introduce our panel moderator, Professor Hilgatt, I would like to remind the audience to send us their questions during the conversation or discussion in the chat. There will be a 45-minute discussion and then 15 minutes for questions from the audience. In case we cannot address these questions during the conference, we will try to do that at a later stage. I would like to introduce now our panel moderator, Professor Dr. Markus Hilgatt. Professor Hilgatt is a specialist in ancient Near East studies. He served as a director of the Ancient Near East Museum at the Pergamon Museum in Berlin from 2014 until 2018. From 2007 until 2014, he was professor for Ancient Near East Studies, Assyriology at the Heidelberg University. At present, Professor Hilgatt is Secretary General and CEO of the Cultural Foundation of the German Federal States, and he is also the director of the German contact point for collections from Colonial Context. Professor Hilgatt is also a member of several governing bodies and advisory boards, including the board of the German Commission for UNESCO, the foundation board of the International Alliance for the Protection of Heritage in Conflict Areas, ALIF, the advisory board of the Arcadia Fund, and the advisory group of the Cultural Protection Fund of the British Council. And he holds honorary professorships at the Heidelberg Universität, Marburg University, and Berlin Freie University. Professor Hilgatt, we are very honored and glad to have you here. Welcome back. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Maria Paris, for your kind introduction. Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome back to our conference of the German Contact Point. I'm very pleased and honored to talk with distinguished scholars and distinguished guests about the topic of return, which obviously is one of the central topics and also one of the central areas of activity in the German framework principles. Before we start our discussion, it's my pleasure to introduce the panelists to you, and I'll go in alphabetical order. First, it is my pleasure to introduce to you Professor Dr. Ines de Castro, who since 2010 has been the director of the Linden Museum in Stuttgart, the State Museum of Anthropology, which is one of the important, if not to say one of the most important ethnographic collections of Europe. Professor de Castro, together with her team, has experimented with different forms of participation with communities based both locally and abroad for exhibition and research projects. The Linden Museum notably is also working on new ways to deal with the colonial heritage and with its colonial collections and with the entangled history between Europe and the places of origin of our collection. Professor de Castro was born in Buenos Aires, Argentina, and she has graduated in anthropology from the University of Bonn in Germany. From 2006 to 2010, she was a curator and deputy director of the ethnographic collection at the Römer and Pelizaeus Museum in the city of Hildesheim. Welcome, Dr. de Castro. I'm very pleased and honored to introduce to you also Te Herekirkie Herewini, who is, pardon me, is my computer playing tricks on me? I'm sorry, apologies. Again, I would like to introduce to you Mr. Te Herekirkie Herewini, whose Maori ancestry is connected to Maori tribes associated with the following tribal confederations, including Kura Haupo, Te Arawa, Aotea, Tainui, Ngato Kimatavuora, and Te Kauimaunga. I'm sorry, Mr. Herewini, if I'm not pronouncing these names correctly. However, also Te Herekirkie's European ancestry includes ancestors from Prussia, now Germany, the United Kingdom, Spain, and Switzerland. Te Herekirkie began working at the Museum of New Zealand Te Papa Tongarewa in October 2007 and is tasked with facilitating the repatriation of Maori and Moriori ancestral remains housed in international institutions. As head of repatriation, he leads the program's strategic direction and implements key strategies. Welcome to our panel, Te Herekirkie. It is my pleasure also to introduce to you Mr. Alexander Hermann, who is the Assistant Director of the UK-based Institute of Art and Law, IAL. Alexander Hermann worked in Canada as a lawyer, then in London for Norman Palmer on leading art law and cultural property cases involving the Parthenon marbles and art export disputes, among others. He now teaches and oversees the educational offerings of the IAL. He's a co-founder and current program co-director of the Art, Business and Law Masters at the Center for Commercial Law Studies at Queen Mary University of London. Mr. Hermann is currently leading the team at the IAL that was awarded the contract by the Arts Council England to draft new guidance for UK museums on restitution and repatriation. Thank you very much for agreeing to be on our panel this afternoon. And finally, it is my great pleasure to introduce to you Dr. Alhaji Malik Ndiaye. Dr. Ndiaye has a doctorate in art history from the University of Rennes. He's also a graduate student of the Institut National du Patrimoine and is a former fellow of the Institut National d'Histoire de l'Art. Currently, Dr. Ndiaye is a researcher at the Institut Fondamental d'Afrique Noire in Dakar, Senegal, where he is a member of the administrative board and president of the Scientific Commission. He is also a curator of the Theodore Monod Museum of African Art and IFAN, Secretary General of ICOM, the ICOM National Committee of Senegal, and a member of the board of the Art Council of African Studies Association. Dr. Ndiaye is a member of the Orientation Committee of the 2018 edition of the Dakar Biennale, and he is the Artistic Director of the Biennale of Contemporary African Art 2020, which obviously will be in a postponed edition. Dr. Ndiaye teaches art history and cultural heritage, collaborates with several magazines, and participates in various international scientific activities. A theorist and curator, his publications focus on modern and contemporary art and global history, cultural policies, and African museum institutions. Dr. Ndiaye, thank you very much for being on our panel this afternoon. Return is probably one of the questions that when we talk about dealing with the colonial era and the colonial injustices provokes more emotions than other topics do. For example, documentation and transparency that we talked about earlier, or international cooperation that we will talk about later this afternoon. Return is often felt to be a loss by certain stakeholders, but it's considered to be healing by others. And this afternoon, I would very much like to hear from you not only about the meaning of restitution and return. This is probably the question that we could start with, but I would also like to hear from you about your ideas about mechanisms for return. How can we actually achieve return of collections from colonial contexts? And last but not least, what are good practices of return? And I know that all of you have been involved in actually returning human remains and objects from colonial contexts to their countries and societies of origin. So I would very much like to focus on the meaning, on mechanisms, and also on good or best practice. And if you allow, I would like to start with you, Dr. Ndiaye, and would like to ask you what for you the meaning of return is.
Thank you so much, Dr. Marcus Hilgatt, and thank you for the invitation. And I would like to say hello, everybody, and thank you also to join us. For the first question, I maybe would like to remind that the question of restitution or return. It's up to you. I will talk about it later. But this question is very important for African countries, especially those who lost a very big part of their history. Because in this object, we have locked our identity, we have locked our memory. Those objects are not only objects, those objects are open books. Those objects are part of what we used to do in the past, and that will help us to build economical, cultural, identical development. And these objects are very important also for this nation because they help to build a global national identity. In the scientific level also, these objects are very important because they help us to rewrite our history and to know more about all the technical and technical thing we used to do. Some these technical things are very scientific also, and they help us, me particularly and my student, to rebuild our art history. But it is very important because this object will help us to rewrite history. And when I say rewriting our history, is that we do it in go back and go ahead and go back between us and the others. I don't know if you understand what I mean. You know, it will be in a dialogue, and in this dialogue, we must not deny the very part of history that was played by European country in Africa in the time that the object was stolen. And that's why I will focus on the term of return and restitution, because in this process, we must have respect if we would like to have a very big process of return or restitution. We must have respect of the history. And that's why I don't like the term return only. I would like to focus on the term of restitution. Why? Because, restitution means that you give back to the rightful owner something that was taken illegally, and sometimes in a historical condition that was very cruel in this context. But the term return does not necessarily take into account the notion of belonging, which is contained in this term of restitution. This is, and that's why I would like to remind the first speech of Emmanuel Macron, when he said that he will do all the things he can do in order to make temporary or definitive restitution of the African heritage content in the French Museum. I'm not a lawyer. I discuss with many colleagues, jurists, lawyer, and they French lawyer, and they explain that they don't know what the notion of temporary restitution means, because restitution is always definitive. What I would like to underline here is that if you focus only on restitution, it means that two things, probably. It means that we deny the part of, thing and horrible condition and stolen and, traffic that we do during the colonial order. But on the other hand, we will consider this object only like gift, this object that European country, European museum should return in Africa, in African state, are not gift. That's why the term return for me is not appropriate. And in the process of restitution, we should redefine the terminology we use. For example, I heard many persons calling the museum that are in Africa ethnographic museum. For example, we just have this discussion many times there in Germany and in many other scientific spheres. And we explain that those objects are not, first, there is no ethnographical museum in Africa. It's nonsense. So, because ethnography is a vision. So this other vision can grow up in Germany, for example, or in French. So they can say that, okay, they have ethnographical museum because it is this kind of category fit in their, kind of reading the world. But in Africa, we cannot have this kind of ethnographic museum because those objects, as Siraj Rasool say, were ethnographicized, but are not ethnographic objects. We just must to be careful in this process to redefine, to use the right word, and to redefine this terminology. Because European country and African country should take the occasion of this process of restitution in order to make a rebalancing of relationship between their states, because history was not equilibrium, in the same level. So, and we must take the occasion of culture to pose the challenge in our country, for example, of the importance of museum policy, to deal with our politics, in order they provide our institution with adequate technology. We should also take this occasion to have a new kind of political international relationship. So we redefine this term in the cultural diplomacy in order to have new relation. Yes, and we should also make a revision. Yes, a revision of all the terms we use in the context of the restitution, because this question is very important. This question is very crucial for the development and for the future, and that's why the scientific aspect should be the first thing we should put on the table before going ahead. And yes, okay. The first word I can say is that.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ndiaye, for this beautiful panorama of what restitution means and what it implies. And I was very moved about your statement that you need cultural objects to rewrite history. I think it's also important to talk about the epistemologies that you were referring to, redetermining, redefining the museum, not only in Europe, but also in Africa, and also talking about cultural diplomacy. So I think we have a whole set of questions and ramifications that we will be talking about later. I would also like to come back later to your statement that you think we need to think more clearly and more intensely about return and restitution and what terminology we use. And I think we should come back to that in a minute. Before I do that, I would like to ask Tehere Kieke what for him return restitution means, both personally and also as a scholar and a practitioner.
Kia ora koutou. Good morning, everyone. Such a privilege, like the previous speaker, to be on this panel, and just want to acknowledge you, Professor Dr. Marcus Hilgatt, and all the other panelists. Kia ora, greetings from the South Pacific. As you may know, the South Pacific was one of the last areas to be colonized by human beings. And so when my ancestors came into the Pacific 3,000 years ago, there were no other people on these islands that we came to, particularly the ones in Polynesia. We were the first people here. And part of what our ancestors did is we had a desire to explore, to understand the world, and to understand the world both physically and spiritually. And so if we take that understanding, when Europeans actually started coming into the South Pacific, and particularly New Zealand, and the first European was Abel Tasman in the 1600s. He actually didn't land on our country. But then after that, Captain Cook came in 1769. And so those engagements with the local people, the indigenous people, the Maori people, the tribes around the country, was really around a lot of misunderstanding, but also it was around two different groups of humans trying to understand each other. So when my understanding of my ancestors is the great desire to understand what was beyond our country, to understand what was out there and to explore, because in our traditional culture, there has always been that desire to understand what is beyond the horizon and to explore and to understand other human beings. When Europeans came to our country, to our part of the world, they saw us in a different light. They saw us as indigenous people, they saw us as native people, they put us into a hierarchy of where it was possible to own us. And so even though I work in a museum, our experience for my people of being in museums has been of people that as artifacts on display, as human skeletons on display. And it's only been very recent that Māori people have actively been working within a museum in a management position, in positions where we have actually some influence and not just an item on display. So that's only been in the last 50 years. So from the time when Europeans first came to our part of the Pacific, right up to 50 years ago, we were still seen as an object to be owned, as a body that could be controlled. And so it's only been very recent in the European, from the European point of view, that, well, actually, because there are still ancestors in these museums in Europe, but also in America, South America, there is still that understanding that Europeans or Western countries can own indigenous bodies because our ancestors are still there. So that's the first thing, is understanding our own history as people of the Pacific, but also understanding our history as people of Europe, and how that engagement actually, that deep philosophy within Europe from the 1400s allowed the trade of indigenous remains, but also allowed the trade of people from Africa into slavery. So part of that is acknowledging that. When it comes to repatriation, I work in a privileged position where our country, the New Zealand government, actually resources us as a program to repatriate our ancestors. So the group of indigenous people I belong to, we were in a privileged position of having the resources to actually seek the return of our ancestors. And there's three aspects of repatriation that I like to concentrate on. One is the physical return, repatriation. The other is restitution. And the final aspect is reconciliation. And all those aspects, for me, are required to happen, but they all don't happen at the same time. And so the physical return of our ancestors, in one respect, allows institutions to hand over the ancestors. The restitution doesn't necessarily happen at that time, and neither does the reconciliation. And those aspects actually need to be engaged in a long-term project, not necessarily with European institutions, but within institutions within New Zealand, and when we return the ancestors back to their communities and their tribal groups. So part of the work is for European institutions or institutions outside New Zealand to actually open their doors for our ancestors to come home. And so we believe that that's a partnership that we take with institutions overseas. And there's genuine goodwill from many managers, directors, governments, local governments in returning ancestral remains. And so, and that's been throughout Europe. And I think maybe that's enough for me at the moment. I think I've said enough, but it is around relying on goodwill within European countries, and also goodwill of governments and goodwill of institutions.
Thank you very much for this, which contained a lot of important aspects and also aspects that we need to hear when we discuss, for example, the restitution of human remains, because we all need to think of human remains as being ancestors of people. And I think for us, this is extremely important to widen our discussion and to understand the human side of it and the moral dimension this has. Also, I think it's important to understand that what we're aiming at is reconciliation. And I agree with you that this is a long way to go still. And it will take many difficult steps, but it's certainly something that we're aiming for and that this initiative also is about. Thank you again. And I would like to turn to Professor De Castro, and I would like to pose to you the same questions that I posed to our two colleagues. What does return and restitution mean to you personally and as a director of a collection who's actually effected returns very recently?
Yeah, thank you very much. I'm very happy to be here and to share my thoughts with you. I think that from the perspective of an ethnographic museum, we surely have the responsibility to come to terms with our colonial past. We have to look on our colonial past because ethnographic museums have been created following colonial terms and in this very deep separation between Europe and the rest of the world. And we also for sure used a lot of colonial structures and power to assemble part of our collection. So I think for me, this is a way of to deal with our responsibility and also to create long-lasting partnerships with different communities worldwide. I see restitution really as part of healing, of creating trust one another, also as basis for dialogue, for projects, projects that where we can learn from each other, and this is the important part for me. I think that this responsibility is very important for museums, and I'm really glad that we get support from our stakeholders.
Sorry, thank you so much for your statement, and we'll come back later to you, Professor De Castro, when we talk about mechanisms or good practice in this area. And I would like to turn to Alexander Hermann, because I know that return and restitution is a topic that you're dealing with right now on different levels. And therefore, I would also like to ask you what for you the meaning of return and restitution is, and maybe we can also come back to Dr. Ndiaye's assertion that maybe we should think more carefully about what terminology we use. And I'm actually interested in the approach that the UK is taking right now. Maybe you can say something on that.
Thank you, Professor Hilgatt, and it's a great honor to be on this panel with such eminent speakers. I come at it, I suppose, from more of an outsider perspective, but more as a scholar, as an academic, trying to understand the processes at play, and also with a legal background. The way restitution as a term is colloquially used in our sector, meaning the museum sector and the cultural sector at large, is generally understood as return with the ultimate aim of doing justice for a past wrong. So a wrong that was committed maybe historically or maybe more recently. And the intention with the restitution is that the return will cure that, or will do as much as it can to try to cure that historical or past wrong. And so I tend to move outside of the legal definition. I think that the legal definition of restitution, whether under English law or under other systems of law, tends not to be very helpful. I think we need to move beyond law in a sense towards ethics in this area. But that's generally how I would operate with the term restitution. It's an interesting point that Teherekeke raised. I mean, he talked about repatriation, which is a word you hear quite often in English, the return to the patria, or to the fatherland or the homeland, as another term, sometimes used interchangeably with restitution. I am very sensitive to Dr. Ndiaye's point that restitution is important, and sometimes if we use the term return, it somewhat oversteps the important work of doing justice for the past wrong. We tend to cover that up in a way if we use a term that doesn't engage with it. And I just want to bring to people's attention what's going on currently in the French Parliament, where they're actually engaging in this debate about terminology. So sometimes we could say, oh, these are semantic differences, but actually it's quite an important one in France right now, because as many of you know, there's a bill going through the French Parliament relating to the return of 27 items to Senegal and Benin. And originally that bill used the terminology of restitution, which as Dr. Ndiaye mentioned was the term used by Emmanuel Macron back in 2017. But the French Senate has proposed using the word return, not restitution. And the feeling from the French senators was that restitution related too much to repentance on the part of the French, and they wanted to avoid that. So that's, I think, a very challenging difference that they're working through now in France. So something I think we should all keep an eye on as things progress. That there still is sometimes there is a challenge using the word restitution, and maybe it makes some people a little bit uncomfortable. Doesn't mean we have to avoid the term, but it just means that we do need to have those discussions, and they're happening currently in different parts of the world.
Yes, thank you very much. Excuse me. If I may add that this is the reason, or this is one of the reasons why we decided to use the word return in the framework principles, because we wanted to make sure that we're not tied to a legal framework that in some cases may be too strict. And this is why we chose a term that in our understanding was more neutral, because we also think that it may be important, and this is why we phrased it accordingly in the framework principles, to return on an ethical base and not just on a legal base. This gives us a lot more flexibility also with requests for return, even though we of course acknowledge that what happened at the time was not in line with the ethical principles that we adhere to. So this is the reason, but of course you're right, Dr. Ndiaye, when you point out that we need to think about this as not being something neutral per se. This is done in order to improve or to make good on a past wrong. So in that respect, I absolutely agree. And I think we need to make sure that we're understood correctly when we use certain terms, and that we explain how we use them and what it implies for us. If you allow, I would like to move to the next topic that I'm interested in, which is the mechanisms. So far, we've talked about the frameworks, we've talked about the terminology, and of course, what we're also very interested in is creating mechanisms that allow for an effective return of cultural heritage and human remains from colonial contexts. And Alexander Hermann has just reminded us of the French initiative. And I would like to give the word to Ines de Castro now, because in 2019, her museum returned two very prominent objects to Namibia. And I would like to ask Professor de Castro what her experience with this return, with this restitution was, what it has meant for her institution, and what she's taken away from it as a take-home lesson, or as something that she may use for further action in this field.
Yeah, thank you very much. I think that the return of the Bible and the whip to Namibia was one of the first examples of returning of cultural goods besides human remains, if we may do this separation. Yeah, I know that many years ago the Namibian ambassador approached the Ministry of Science, Research and Art of the state of Baden-Württemberg with the request to restitute the Bible of the Nama chief Hendrik Witbooi in the name of the Witbooi family. And the Linden Museum was very interested and supported this request, because we already started in 2016 with provenance research on colonial background. And also we started to look at our Namibian collections that are around 1,500 objects. And clearly coming out from the provenance research, the Bible had been stolen during a German very severe military attack on Hornkranz, the headquarters of Hendrik Witbooi, and according to our documents, together with a whip. So therefore we offered both objects for restitution, and city and state, the legal owners of the collections of the Linden Museum, agreed to support this restitution, so that in October 2018 there was a first trip to Namibia to start negotiations, and towards State Secretary Petra Olszewski, the Witbooi family asked for a restitution of the Bible towards the state of Namibia. So in March of the next year, the handover took place in Gibeon by our State Minister of Science, Research and Art, Theresia Bauer, towards the President of Namibia and very high rank officials. For the museum, I think the important part is not only really that we want to undertake this responsibility, but that we could combine this restitution as or see it as a starting point for a sustainable dialogue project that continues until today. We proposed a project called With Namibia, Engaging the Past, Sharing the Future. And it is now embedded in an initiative that I think is very important from the Ministry of Baden-Württemberg, the Namibia Initiative. And it is a broad partnership program between cultural state institutions of different kind and with Namibian partners. And I think this overall social approach is quite unique in Germany, and it's great because it does not only focus this discussion on the ethnographic museums, but also on other fields of society, as art or archives or school books. Yeah? And perhaps you know that in Germany, really, we also have something that we could, even if it's not comparable, say we also have a kind of loss of memory concerning the colonial times. It seems that really it's not part of our present cultural memory anymore. And so I think it is important, and I see the roles of the museums very prominent in this, to bring this knowledge on colonial times also to a broader society. And this, I think with this initiative of the state, we could really focus on different points. For sure, you asked me about challenges. There were many challenges in this trip. I think this was the first time. We have to learn how to do this, how to address it. For me as a museum director, perhaps an important point is that this Bible and the whip could clearly be attributed to a person or to a family. And so it was much easier to assign to somebody, yeah, talking about the rightful owner, who is that, yeah, to whom should we give back or restitute. I think that this is rarely the case in our museums. Most objects have been collected without really all this wisdom behind, and without the context. So it is so difficult for us to see who should be really the owner, especially if the restitution concerns, I think, societies that are not represented in the governments of the countries. This is a very difficult discussion or decision for us museums. So I think this is, for example, one challenge that we should go on, and we should see how we can solve it. Another challenge important for me is if we want really to establish this transnational long-lasting partnerships in the core of our museum, as we really want to do, we have to get a closer look on museum structures, on budgetary concerns, on insurance, on housing, on all this was really clear from our experiences that it is not easy to meet the expectations of societies, or the other way around, yeah, from both parts. Yeah, no, I'm not talking only about the societies, but for us it's difficult with our structures. Sometimes with our museum structures, we cannot meet some of the expectations, and the other way around. We want absolutely to avoid a feeling of exploitation of societies. Yeah, we invite them, and then they all talk. They give us all their knowledge, and my question would be: we have to work on what do we give back? Yeah, what is the also on the part of knowledge, what we can offer to also bring them something important. Yeah, perhaps there are difficult and different points. Also, contamination is a point, and other issues. But I leave it for that. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor De Castro. I would like to take up one point that you mentioned, and that, of course, is really crucial. To whom do you return? And I would like to ask Tehere Kirke Harawini how you deal with these difficult questions, especially when it comes to human remains. you obviously will not deal with the state because this is a family issue. How do you identify who are the rightful owners, who are the ancestors of whom? Have you found any solutions for this?
Well, we take quite a pragmatic approach to the situation. And so as we go back to our history, our ancestors arrived in our country about 1,000 to 800 years ago. And we were migrants. And the importance or part of our tradition is we understand how we're related to each other. And so our whakapapa, all our genealogies for 800 years, going back even 1,000 years, 2,000 years, are very important to us. And even though we had an oral tradition, it is actually our genealogies that actually pinpoint which parts of the country was our tribal territory. And it's those histories that actually connect us with different parts of the land. And so those genealogies are very important to us. They actually give us access to our history and give us access to relationships with other Māori tribes around the country. The other thing that we have done pragmatically is understanding that when we engage with international institutions, whether they be a museum, a state government, a city council, or a government, is that we understand that they want to know that we come as a group with authority. And part of the authority that we've been able to seek from tribal groups in our country is that they've given permission they've given the mandate for our particular program to speak on all Māori tribal groups and to speak on Moriori tribal groups as well. And we also we've been nominated by the government to actually speak on behalf of the New Zealand government as well. So that is our particular unique, I suppose, template that we have that allows us to actually engage with authority, with institutions outside our country. There was a question, no, I think that's probably enough. Sure.
Thank you very much for this. I'm also looking at the time we're slowly running out of time, but I would like to ask one more question to Dr. Ndiaye that goes back to what Professor De Castro said earlier. She mentioned an example where the restitution of two objects was embedded in a variety of accompanying measures, cooperation between archives, museums, joint research projects. Is this what you would see as good practice when it comes to return, or would you say we need a clear start on more objects to be returned, human remains to be returned before we can start talking about cooperation? Or do you think that when we embark on this road, we should always think about accompanying measures as well?
Thank you. Before answering to this question, I would like to come back a little bit on what is going on. I think that the process we start, it seemed to me that the European museum continue to fix the way the discussion and the process of restitution should go. I think that we should stop and take into account the position and the reflection of African country and professional, because as Dr. Alexander Hermann remind us, the French Parliament adopted also the term return. So we go ahead in this process, but the rhythm, the term of the debates are fixed by European country, and we go like the world has never changed. To answer to a question, I would like to focus one thing, which is very important when we talk about the process of restitution too, because as Professor Inés de Castro, we also have a little experience in the same year, 2018. But before giving this example, I would like to mention another point which is very important. In this discussion, we should now begin to take into account that the world has changed, and in Africa we have many great museums that grow up, and that we cannot continue to focus on the capacity of African museum to conserve, to safeguard the object, because the world has changed. The ancient museum like the museum that I lead began to change, and we have also, in the case of Senegal, new museum like the Museum of Black Civilization, in which many international professional and professor, like one of the George Abungu will be in the next panel, was involved. So it's very important to begin with that. And that's why recently we have this example of restitution of the sabre of Alhaji Omar Foutiyou Tall. And in the other way, we have also 27 objects in Benin. In our case, I think that the curator, African curator, never say that all the objects should go back, first thing, you know, because also the objects are cultural ambassador. And we would like that all these objects, some of them continue to represent African culture, African history, and African knowledge. But we should decide us. African country and professional should decide this. It's not the other. We should decide what object must be restituted and what object must be kept as cultural ambassador. It is also a very important point that is important to be, to be underlined in this process. I would like now to answer to this question because, for me, we are in a long, very long process. And in this in the term of this process, we should have, I think, 80% or 90% of the cultural heritage, African cultural heritage, will come back in Africa for their history, for the knowledge, for everything, and for our university. In 2018, I will focus on an example which is very different from the example we see with the sabre of Alhaji Omar and the 27 objects restituted in Benin, because we have the restitution of an object which was stolen maybe in our collection, maybe in 1980s, but not from public institution, but private collector. In Belgium, DJ Class, a private gallery, has restituted this object, and it was so very easy and than the restitution of public institution. And that's why I will finally end with this. In this process, we should also not focus on only on public institution, but we should also talk about private collection, because many objects go outside of the continent, not during the colonial era, but through traffic and illicit traffic after the independence.
Yes, thank you very much for that. I do agree. I think the topic of illicit trafficking is one that's closely related to what we've been discussing here, and it's something that is going on right now as we speak. We have no more time, but I want to have one short answer from Alexander Hermann, just because it's so tempting. We talked about France. You're based in England. Will we see similar actions for return and restitution by British institutions? What do you think?
Well, I don't know if I can speak for either the government or the country as a whole. But what I will say is I think there have been restitutions that have already started. The thing in Britain is that there's a big divide between the national institutions, which usually have fairly strong legal restrictions on deaccessioning items. That doesn't mean that they can't ever restitute, but it just makes the process much more complicated. And smaller institutions, regional museums, university museums. And actually, if you start looking at the regional museums and the university museums, they've been very active. They've actually been on the vanguard of return and building relationships, which is really what the foundation for restitution is. So there's actually quite a lot that's happened even just in the last year or so. And I imagine that trend is going to continue. There will need to be some shifts from the larger national institutions, but we'll have to see how that plays out. But as I said, they have legal restrictions, and they'll have to think creatively to get around some of those.
Thank you very much. I'm very well aware it was an unfair question, but you did extremely well with it. And now I think we're ready for questions. Maria Perez,
you,
are there any questions?
Yeah, we have some questions from the audience. The first one I would like to address to Te Herekieki, and it's related to whether there are already processes or dialogue between institutions in Europe and the South Pacific, and how these processes are being developed or being carried out.
Thank you for that question. It's a very interesting question and a very important question. So I can only answer it from a New Zealand perspective, because the Australians have their own program, and the other Pacific countries would have their own programs as well. So the engagement with us is from a national museum. So we're a national museum. We've been mandated by the New Zealand government, and we've also been supported by Māori and Moriori communities. So that gives us the access to engage in negotiations with institutions overseas. And really is that mandate is actually key for us, because it means we're recognised as someone, as I said, we're as a group with authority and mandate.
Thank you very much. My next question is maybe for Professor Hilgatt, and it's related to the role of the German contact point and how the German contact point can support processes of return or restitution, or how can the contact point support countries and societies of origin and German institutions in these processes?
The contact point's mandate is to help everybody who's interested in the return of human remains to the country or society of origin. And that means providing information about who's responsible, who may be the owner, legally speaking, but that also implies creating procedures, creating mechanisms for an effective return. We are a service point. We think of ourselves as a help desk for institutions, both abroad and in Germany, who are interested in the return and the restitution of cultural property and human remains from colonial contexts. And I think the big challenge will be to find good solutions to this challenge together with the societies and the countries of origin. I think we're the interface, we're the communication channel that societies and countries of origin can use to express their demands, their wishes, their claims.
Thank you very much, Professor Hilgatt. Now I would like to ask Malik Nidiajeh a question, also a question from the audience. From European museums or institutions, we often hear that there is no real demand from former colonies. Could you please comment on that, on the state of demands from African countries?
Can you repeat the question, because I don't understand so much?
The question is, from European museums we often hear, that's a question from an European colleague as well. From European museums we often hear that there are no demands for restitution from former colonies to European museums. Could you please comment on that?
I think that you know, it is a strategy, because you know, demands from African country was during the just after the independence, you know, and since the independence to nowadays, we have many you know, government, you know, who raise their voice to demand object. So I am not sure that you know, maybe what we can do, what we can say is that we don't have many in the you know, proportionality of the country. We don't have many country who have an official demand, you know, of object, but we have you know, some country that in the past and today also demand object. But now, since the speech of Macron, many countries began to set up some commission, you know, commission about restitution, in order to learn what else about the collection and what happened about the object that was stolen, and where these objects are, in order to make, you know, official demand.
Thank you very much. So now processes are being set up, so to say, in African countries to carry out this process. Now maybe a question for Alexander Hermann. A person from the audience asked whether we can talk about property. One moment. Yeah. Whether we can talk about property and legal acquisition when talking about objects from colonial context.
Well, I think a strict legal claim is very difficult in terms of, you know, the traditional way of going to court and bringing a civil claim for recovery. And I think that's why we have to move beyond the legal discussion towards an ethical discussion, which is, I think, what is being done in Germany at the contact point as well. So I think that the idea of an illegal acquisition that occurred, let's say 100 years ago, because of the restrictions on limitation periods and prescription periods in most countries, unfortunately, those claims probably would not succeed. And so I think sometimes that we need to accept that fact and move to the ethical plane from the legal one.
Thank you very much. And now maybe a last question for Professor De Castro. Someone from the audience is asking whether we are also considering the impacts these subjects have had in ethnological museums in Germany during the past years. I mean, not only the impact these might have, these objects might have when they are restituted or returned, but the impact these objects have had for research and for the museum and for the societies here in Europe per se.
Sorry, I don't understand if the question means the impact of the objects for our public after the restitution. So
it says
no. So it's different. You cannot tell. There are some objects from the colonial with colonial contact that were very important for people, that played a crucial role also in. For example, for the diaspora communities, yeah, we were talking about creating identity. For sure, museums are places that construct and can create identity. but others were not so important. The Bible and the whip, for example, from Henrik Wittboy, did not play the crucial part. They were not exhibited, for example. They were sometimes they were exhibited in Berlin in the colonialism exhibition, but not in our museum. So they did not play a very important part, but you cannot tell this for every object. This is difficult.
Yeah, this was a very general question, whether there wasn't a sort of evaluation of the impact these objects have had in the German collections.
Okay, what I perhaps would like to say is that the entangled history is for us very important, and the objects also from Namibia or from Cameroon or wherever also tell us about German history and European history. Yeah, and so we should always look on both parts. Yeah, and they what kind of stories are we telling here, and decide together also on the narratives and on the impact of the objects on society.
Thank you very much, Professor De Castro. Thank you very much to all participants and to Professor Markus Hilgatt for the moderation.
Thank you so much. And first of all, congratulations to you, to Markus Hilgatt, to all your team for having built up not only the contact point, but also this important conference today. And with your allowance, I will just flip through 7 slides to show what we aim at and what we did not reach, what you have already reached. So to put it in a nutshell, the focal point is a tremendous success for the coordination of cultural policies within Germany regarding to the colonial past. And we aim on the basis of the coalition treaty, so on the enhancement of international cooperation of the German museums, to build up an agency, which might be the interface for international requests related to the construction and the conception of museums. We want to bundle the competences in our country, also on the exhibition side, wherever it is needed, and to provide service to the German museums, which are not always in a capacity to drive important, ambitious international projects. And for that, we adopted to 3 steps. So firstly, the political expression of the coalition treaty. Then we have negotiated with the parliament, and gratefully the parliament is supporting this initiative through its Commission of Culture, through the Commission of the Budget. And we are on the next slide, perhaps, could you switch over to the next slide? And we bundled some aspects. Oh no, the slide just, yeah. So here you see that the task to support an international cooperation of the museums does mean that we have 4 different fields of competences we are touching at in the government. The first is the question of culture and education. So the museum cooperation as an element of science diplomacy of science, but also as an element and an important space for civil society discourse and places for education. The second, just touching at it, is the economic and the development cooperation. And that means that cultural infrastructure is important, not only in our country, but also in our partner countries. And it is a support for the sustainable development goals. So this is on the economic and development cooperation, and gratefully, the Ministry of Economic Development does strongly support the initiative. And coming from the Foreign Ministry, there's also an important aspect of diplomacy and of foreign policies. And we do not have to hide, and we should not hide, our own interest to be an international player also in cultural politics. And the fourth aspect is referring to the colonial past of Germany, and the deep conviction that our responsibility is not only an inward responsibility to our collection, but also an outward responsibility to share and to cooperate in a very pragmatic manner with our partner countries. And to that extent, the AIM aims to be an important partner also for the contact point and to bundle these two aspects of internal and external cultural policies. On the next slide, if you may, we just could you switch over just to the next slide, because it's, yeah, thank you so much. So we are starting on the point that we have analyzed a bit the international market. You see the global volume of infrastructure constructions in culture. We have talked to a consulting company based in New York who does an annual report. And on the left side on the world map, you might see that there are important cooperation projects, but you do not see any specific engagement from the side of the of Germany. So this was just to give you that card, that map, to explain why we feel that there is a lack of engagement of politics in Germany. So the next slide. On the next slide, you see we show so the three main objectives: promoting culture and museums as a way of lifelong learning and of enabling understanding. So second, enabling cultural infrastructure also to contribute to the SDGs and to economic growth. And the third point is creating opportunities for a global cultural exchange. And that means that we aim to build up a one-stop agency. We want to support important international exhibition projects, and we are targeting the capacity building aspects. And the governmental partners, and we are very happy that we reached out to two other ministries, so the Ministry of Economic Cooperation and the Minister of State for Culture and Media. So the aim is to build up an agency which is driven not only by one ministry, but which is driven by all the three competent ministries. On the next slide, we will show you the existing agencies and partnering institutions. So first of all, the main cultural player outside the Goethe Institute. The agency is not aiming to build up any contact point abroad. So the main cultural player and the face of the German cultural policies is the Goethe Institute, and you all know the strength of the Goethe Institute regarding to organize a cultural discourse and cultural events. So that's very pretty much of importance. A second partner, the German Academic Exchange Service, because he has all his broad competencies in the field of academic exchange and to enable to build up new programs related also to the capacity building of museum management. So he's not in the field of the curatorial exchange, but in the field of academic exchange, referring especially to museums management. The third player is the IFA in Stuttgart, who not only did engage with a broad ambition and honoring the heritage of Martin Roth with the two Martin Roth symposiums 2 years ago and this year, especially focusing on the importance of museums. And the IFA has the wonderful competence in arts and in exhibition making. A fourth very important international player is the Kulturstiftung des Bundes, because through the internationalization of the German cultural players, they are also promoting art and culture in an international innovative coordination. And for that reason, they are very important to look at on every action the agency may take. And the fourth player is the fresh contact point. And I do not have to explain to which extent the contact point is also a very important agency partner for the international cooperation of the museums. On the next slide, we just highlight a bit the museums who since 2 years are working very hardly together with us on the concept side. So just to name all of them, the SPK, the Mark in Hamburg, Museum Ludwig, Kunsthalle Düsseldorf, ZKM in Karlsruhe, the Museum of Naturkunde, the Bayerischen Museen. So these museums are the driving force because they define their need in Germany in order to cooperate in a more ambitious manner on an international field. And this is not named, and for sure, the partner countries and their institutions, and that will lead over to the discussion we might have in the next 1.5 hours. And just to resume on a short slide, and that's the next slide. So there are 4 pillars, if I may say. One pillar is a service pillar oriented to the needs of the German museums. A second is a coordination pillar referring to exhibition projects. We are, in these days, we will announce an important design exhibition driven by the Vitra Design Museum, which will travel to roughly 10 other countries from 2022 on. Our actual actions taken in Russia, so the Romantic exposition driven by the SKD in Dresden. These are examples for coordinated approach between museums and government in order to make this progress of international exhibition more smoothly. The third pillar is the cultural infrastructure pillar, and the fourth pillar is the pillar of capacity building, namely in museums management. So I have the honor to introduce panelists who are much more experienced than a guy who has sold and built up project with wind turbines, because they are expert in our very field. And first of all, I want to introduce Barbara Plankensteiner. Not only because she is since 3 years the director of the Museum am Rotenbaum, but also because she has changed the name of a museum, which is a very, very hard task. So congratulations for that. And congratulations for all that you are so eminent expert in all questions referring to the colonial past and especially to Benin. I remember from my life, I remember very well that in a couple of years ago, I think it was in 2016 or 17, I went to see the exposition you made in Vienna, which gave a very strong impetus for the Benin dialogue. You are co-chairing the Benin dialogue together with Prince Gregory Axena, and you are still a driving force between us, all the German players and the African players, and we will certainly be very interested to know more about how the Benin dialogue will push forward in the upcoming years or in the upcoming month. I don't know, I've heard there were some conversations about the question when the next meeting will take place. George Abungo is my second invitee. I do not see him on the screen, but I suppose that he is here. He is not only the emeritus director of the National Museum of Kenya, but he had so many posts which were of importance to all the questions we are discussing today. And just to name a few, he has been advisor of the Mellon Foundation for the Aluka project. He had been the former vice president of ICOM, and he is very active also in the German discussions about the future of the Humboldt Forum, and I want to thank him for that especially. If I may switch over to another continent, I would name firstly Barbara Goebel, who is the director of the Ibero-American Institute here in Berlin. And she has a long history between academics, museums, South Africa, and Germany. She had worked, I've counted 6 different institutions in Latin America you have worked for, but I'm not so sure, just in order to allow you to control me. So in Chile, you had been in Chile, in Peru, you had worked in Argentina, you had worked also in Colombia, and if I may say, Berlin-Dahlem is a kind of Latin America for Berlin because it's in the south. And you are very engaged in the conversation we have on the past of our colonial history to Latin America. And I was so impressed to see what you have, when we travel together, your thoughts about the development also of the Humboldt Forum. Beate Reifenscheid studied in Madrid, so it has also a close link to Spanish and to our a personal competence which is referring to her personal life. But more important for today, perhaps, she is president of ICOM Germany. So she had been invested in all those very important questions of coordinating international ambitions. And I'm quite sure that she will give us some insights how the actual conversations between ICOM Germany, and the other ICOM partners will influence our today conversation. I have forgotten to present. No, Ines is not longer there. Sorry, I'm working on a small screen. Did I forget to introduce? So yeah, a former colleague, Juan de Meyer. I don't see him, but I suppose equally that he should be there. Juan, hi. So Juan Meyer has several qualities of importance. He is a former Minister of Environment. And the link between culture and environment has always, I know him from his time here in Berlin, and once we traveled together with the former Minister of Foreign Affairs Steinmeier to a region which is close to his heart in Colombia. And the importance of culture and all the questions of environment are close to his heart. He has strongly advocated in favor of the Colombian heritage, which you find here in Berlin, and has had a tremendous importance on the political conversations here. And thirdly, he is one of those persons who are working very actively for peace and reconciliation in Colombia. And I'm very happy to have him today here with us. Switching over to our conversation. So I would like to start on taking the contact point as a crossroad between German cultural politics and international cultural politics, firstly. Secondly, and this is reflecting to the actual German presidency of the European Council, as a crossroad between Europe and Germany. And thirdly, Europe crossing his colonial past. And so the big question, how to reach out to a universal responsibility and leaving behind the universalist ambition, perhaps, Europe had, and the self-contradictions. So Barbara Plankensteiner, you are perhaps one of those who have started to deal with one of the most significant questions of the colonial past, meaning the Benin Bronzes. When you started the Benin Dialogue Group, your ambition was to work closely and to establish a museum in Benin City that will facilitate a permanent display of objects. And I would really like to know, where do you stand actually in those conversations within the Benin Dialogue Group? We have all seen the wonderful press the museum project had. So what is the link between the project and the Benin Dialogue Group? And what will be your next steps in the Benin Dialogue Group?
Yes, thank you very much for the kind introduction. I think people have followed in the news what our group does and how long it exists already. We founded it together when I was still working at the Weltmuseum in Vienna in 2010, together with the National Commission for Museums and Monuments, after a big international exhibition on Benin court art that already then and today even more in the public mind figures as really an iconic example for colonial loot and its dispersal worldwide. So it is a very prominent example of such colonial collections and how complex it is to start a conversation about holdings that are dispersed in institutions worldwide. And we started in 2010 at a moment where all this discussion about restitution, colonial past was not yet in the minds of people, and under very different conditions under which we are working and thinking and working towards a future today. The conversation took on very long, and it took a very long time, and I think that's also essential for collaborations. It took a very long time to establish trust and to build a network of the relevant institutions in Europe and our stakeholders in Nigeria. And we are maybe informal is not the right term, but we are not an organization or a legal entity as a Benin Dialogue Group, but we are, let's say, an international or European Nigerian endeavor to enable the return of these very prominent works of art and very significant work for the history of the Benin Kingdom back to Nigeria and to Benin City. And I specifically use the word return here, and we had the discussions about terminology before, because that was, it's also, we had a discussion about terminology. And we combine various museums from European institutions and hopefully in the near future also American museums that have different stakeholders, different legal structures, etc. And so what we are aiming at is the return of these works to Benin City to be prominently displayed in a museum there. And some objects will be permanently restituted. There are conversations going on about some of our members in the group with the Nigerian authorities, but others are not yet, other museums are not yet in that position and are considering permanent loans. But this is something that is constantly changing as the cultural politics in the various member states where these museums belong are changing, and also the context in which we are working. So it's a constant process. At the moment, we are very, very optimistic that one of the a major project for West Africa will become a reality. On November 13th, the governor of Edo State, Godwin Obaseki, has publicly announced the founding of a future museum called EMOVA, with 2A, which is a shortening for Edo Museum of West African Art, that will be carried by a trust that is being established since 1 year, which is called the Legacy Restoration Trust, which will involve the major stakeholders in Nigeria that are responsible for cultural heritage, and specifically for the cultural heritage of the Benin Kingdom, meaning the National Commission for Museums and Monuments Nigeria, the Royal Court in Benin, the Edo government, and some funders and prominent people in Nigeria. This trust will also have an advisory board in which also some of our museums will be represented, and other stakeholders in the United States, and potentially philanthropists. So this has all happened in the last 2 years, and the trust is now very eagerly trying to raise funds to finance this future institution. The Benin Dialogue Group members will support the whole project with information, with consultancy if needed, and there will be a project team established in Benin City. At the same time, on November 13th, the British Museum announced a major archaeology project that should take place on the site where this museum should be founded, and is also a collaboration with the National Commission for Museums and Monuments, and the findings should flow into this institutions to be built. Also, the governor has announced that David Ajayi, the prominent British Ghanaian architect, has developed a plan. This plan was also presented in Benin City at the same moment. This is really a very important and major step, because this prominent architect is also a very a big, how do you say, supporter of the whole project, and he made it his own main goal to realize this project in Benin City, which will also include and reach out to monuments still existing in the city. So there is to be a plan established and made by Ajayi Associates, also to include the heritage site in Benin City. And from all major players, this museum project should be one of the most remarkable projects in West Africa, and it will be locally carried. Yes, and so this has been an outcome of the Benin Dialogue Group, and I think the trust is a very important creation that will take over the lead in this project, and is already be involved, and will also play a major role in our Benin Dialogue Group. Also, maybe something that I need to mention is that also another project associated with the Benin Dialogue Group and with this future museum project is the Digital Benin project that was launched this fall with a seat here at our museum in Hamburg, in which we collaborate with, we have team members, it's an international project, and we also have team members in Benin City and technical experts from the humanities in the US that collaborate with us. And we have 4 principal researchers here, a colleague from the Sorbonne, Felicity Bodenstein, Jonathan Fein, who has been already mentioned, myself, and Anne Luther, who is an expert on the digital humanities. And so we work along with the Legacy Restoration Trust, the Benin Dialogue Group, and the entities in Benin City to bring together on a digital platform to try to assemble all collections dispersed worldwide and make them accessible to a wide international public, and particularly to people in Nigeria and in Edo State. So it will include material culture, documentary information, archival documents, and photography that are spread throughout the world to enable research and knowledge about this very important chapter of African art history. So this is just a quick run through what is happening and has been achieved recently. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Blankensteiner. And just adding to what you had, what you learned us, just adding to that, thanks to your initiative, we are currently talking to the architect and to the trust who is building that museum And for sure, it might be, and it would be, a very important sign of support if we reach to a financial or political support for that Benin Museum, and that I think should be part of our conversation in the upcoming years. Leading over to George Ambungo, Professor Ambungo, you have worked on the both sides. You had been running a museum in Kenya, the most important museum in Kenya, and you had been advisor to the Humboldt Forum, so to that very museum here in the very core of Berlin, dealing also with questions of colonial past. When you compare your experiences in Kenya, here in Berlin, to what is discussed today and to what Barbara Plankensteiner just laid out, what would be your impulse where we should go with the cooperation of museums in the 2020s?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. First of all, let me take the opportunity to thank the organizers for the invitation to be part of this very important discussion, and also to acknowledge the very good work that the German government has put in place. I have looked at the framework principles that has been taken place through the ministry and through my friend, the Commissioner of Culture, Minister of Culture, and I'm quite impressed with some of the issues that have been raised there. Well, you've asked me about my position as having worked in the National Museums of Kenya and also advising at the Humboldt Forum. But one thing that I want also to say that I've not only done that, I've also written extensively on the question of restitution. And I want to make it very clear that the question of restitution and return did not start 10 years or 20 years ago. This is something that has been with us for over 60 years. Even more, the whole concept of the struggle for independence in Africa was also based for independence to receive back some of the stolen material. This was what was meant by decolonization. It was not just a process of handing back in the country and then we go on. If you look at some of the works and some of the proposals by people like Kwame Nkrumah, he talked very much on the independence of the country as well as the restitution and return. And I think Dr. Malik and I did mention this at the beginning. So some of us have been involved since we started working in this area for over 30 years or 30 something years with this issue. So it has been an ongoing process for a long time. I very much like the German way of doing things. It's sometimes very interesting because sometimes it can also be very interesting in pushing these things. And I really appreciate the way this has been brought forward. And in the process, you find a lot of blames. Like, for example, people ask me, you have been writing about return for too long. How comes that you are associated with the Humboldt Forum, which is a palace of the imperial power that is holding material that should be returned at home, and yet this is what you are fighting for? And I said, yes, it's better to be inside than outside. I think the Humboldt Forum is one of the good examples to say this. I think because it is a process that was started, and I do not think that at the end, at the beginning, people really knew where they were going. And for me, it's always good to start a process of addressing these issues and learn to change and learn to adapt. And I think that if you ask me, I've been in the National Museums of Kenya and I've been involved in the questions of restitutions. And the museum has seen a number of materials that have been restituted back. particularly from the United States, from Britain and others. So we have an experience. But coming back to my experience at the Humboldt Forum, at the beginning, I also saw it as a big giant, as something that was, really influenced by history of an imperial past. But as we sat down, as we went through with the colleagues there, with the government there, it has changed through a long period of time. And I think when you talk about the question of things like provenance research in Germany, long before the Museum Association of Germany was talking about provenance research, I think the Humboldt Forum already had put this across to the government, and they were considering. Long before anybody was talking about co-creation and co-curation, the Humboldt Forum were actually dealing with this when the building was still in the making. And therefore, what I'm trying to say is that we need to be able to change. We need to be able to adapt. And what I get from the question that you've asked me, my position in a very short statement is that it is good, even if you are perceived to be something else, to learn to change, to adapt, and to start doing proper things that will meet the needs of the current situation. And so in relation with my position as having worked in the national museums and having written extensively and having a very strong position in terms of the questions of restitution, I think that the Germans and the German government has been on a very on a road towards dealing with a very difficult past. And this is what I like about it. And that is what I liked about the Humboldt Forum, that they were able to listen and to change. I'm not saying it's perfect. I'm not saying that what is being said in the framework here is perfect for me. I'm not saying that what I've heard about, the Berlin, contact group is perfect, but it is an initiative that is trying to address some of these problems. And I think that slowly by slowly, we need to start changing this. There's still a lot of things that need to be done. And as we continue to discuss, I think I will raise some of that. But very quickly, I think that some of the things that I see that are compromising some of the discussions are issues like who is driving the agenda, who is creating the terminologies, who is responsible for the process. For example, you took us in the introduction about the setting up of this process. My question would be back to you again. When you look at what you call the underdeveloped potential or underdevelopment potential in Africa, in coming to that conclusion, did you actually consult the African partners to see how much under potential or this thing is being developed in Germany? When we talk about partnership, are we developing this partnership in Berlin and then bringing it down? Or are we talking these terms without? When we talk about shared heritage, who is deciding about shared heritage? Who comes up with these terminologies? When we talk about global ownership, who is talking about this global ownership? So these are some of the terminologies that are still embedded in the discussion that I see, whether it is from the Humboldt Forum or from the German side or from this discussion. I know it's a little bit of rambling, but I feel that it's important from the onset to definitely point out some of the difficulties that I see with the process as we start, so that the question you asked me was more or less too smooth, being at the museum there and being at the Humboldt, how beautiful are things? No, things are not beautiful, but things are starting. And I hope that as we move on, we will be in a process where at the end of the day, everybody will benefit, everybody will be a true partner, and everybody will have a voice. So that diversity will be what matters, will be embedded in all this discussion that we are having.
Thank you so much, George. Just to put it very clearly, I do not talk about shared heritage. I do not talk about any underdeveloped potential. And I do not conceive any concept here in Berlin to export this concept. So our idea is to act on request. And referring to just some experiences, the cooperation between the National Museum in Tanzania and the National Museum of History or the Berlin Museums is on the request on the Tanzanian side. Just 2 days ago, I had an intense conversation with Marilyn Balabel about what she is doing in Cameroon. So it's just, our approach is not an approach to export German culture, but really to listen to the request of our partners and then to find a solution within the within the boundaries of the German potential. And my second aspect, and this is referring to our next partner, to Professor Goebel. So George, you mentioned the importance of the multilateral cooperation and of some international organizations. And just to remind us, without the Conference of Bandung and without the only Director General coming from Africa of the UNESCO, so without Amadou Matambo, we wouldn't have these 60 years of international discussion about decolonization. And we should not, and you're absolutely right, we should not think that we started something new over the last years, but perhaps we had some forgotten destinies between what's happening between Bandung and the initiatives in the UNESCO and what we are actually doing. And that leads me to Barbara Goebel, because she has another coin and another part of the world which is pretty much in the focus of her work, talking about South America. And since you, Barbara, you are running a library, an archive, and you're at the same time a eminent scholar and a professor, would you give us some specificities for Latin America in this decolonization discourse and in the question how we should act in the 2020s?
Yeah, thank you very much. And first of all, thanks to the organizers of this panel and the conference and this nice dialogue we are starting now. Maybe I should start by somehow explaining why I'm sitting here. Because I'm the director of the institute that holds a large library, one of the largest in the world related to Latin America and the Caribbean, but I'm not a director of a museum. And the whole debate on colonial collection is very much focusing on museums and less, and this is somehow interesting to see, on collections that are not in museums, but in libraries and archives. And I think it has been stated at this conference that if we take transparency, documentation, cooperation, and return seriously, we need to articulate different types of objects and collections, emphasize the contextual embeddedness, and that also of collections, and that also means to overcome historically grown divides and decouplings between different types of collection institutions, interconnect museums, library, archives, not only within the country, but also between countries. And there comes Latin America in the place, because I think we can learn a lot from Latin American countries. First of all, Latin American countries, due to their history, they have a long-term historical experience of colonialism and decolonialism. They have copied many European institutions, but they have been in the last decades also developing new institutions or new types of institutions, and we could benefit from that experience. I'm referring, for example, to indigenous universities, but also indigenous museums. They have been starting with to organize co-management of collections. And this is very much related to the empowerment of indigenous and Afro-American citizens through plural citizenships, for example, in Latin American countries. If you look at ILO 169, That is the Convention of 1989 that gives to so-called tribal societies, indigenous societies specific rights from the 23 countries in the world that have ratified so far ILO 169. 15 are from Latin America and the Caribbean. And that means that they changed their constitutions and also their sub-national legal frames. And there are a lot of experience regarding public policies, legal and institutional openings regarding indigenous and Afro-American people in many Latin American countries. I think Colombia is a very specific case we could learn a lot of. And that means that they opened up also spaces of social contestation. And I think we do not only need in international collaboration strong ties of trust, we need also to open up those spaces of debates, controversies, contestation, open up in order to learn mutually. So Latin America has a lot of experience on, for example, how to handle institutionally different epistemologies and also object ontologies. But I would also like to refer, and that was part of your question, to the knowledge production in Latin America and the Caribbean, addressing key issues that are of relevance for us here. Legal pluralism, reflections, critical reflections on colonialism and decolonialism. Just think only in dependency theories in the 70s. Knowledge production on conviviality, indifference and inequality, and this is what we are talking about also in this conference, but also a lot of discussions on knowledge asymmetries and with regard to the ontological turn, how to connect symmetrically different perspective and practices related to collections. And these entanglements that are in the center of the understanding of the globalized world. And I think the question I'm asking always is, how could the institution, the Ibero-American Institute I'm working in, how could we learn from those collaborations? So I think Latin America, maybe Juan Maya will later address that. It's also an interesting case we can all in Germany learn from.
Thank you so much, Barbara. Perhaps Juan Maya might just jump in because he has his broad experience on the challenges related to projects and activities between Europe and your own country, especially on the cooperation of the indigenous side. And as I said in the beginning, Juan, I remember very well with the traveling we had with the former Foreign Minister Steinmeier when we traveled to Colombia, and we went to see the indigenous people and to talk about the cultural cooperation you are aiming at. So would you like to jump in?
Okay, thank you. No, first of all, my gratitude for your kind invitations to all the organizers. It's very nice to see you again, Dr. Görgen and Barbara, and to have this round table with the other panelists. Let me turn a little bit from the side of the materialism to the spirituality. And this is what the indigenous people are talking about. And we have a very clear example in the relation with Germany in the two wooden masks of the Kogi people who are located in a very dark room where they cannot do their work with their traditions, with their people. And that's why we invite two of the main leaders to come to Berlin when I was there the ambassador. And we visit the Völkerkunde Museum. And in this dark room full of wooden masks, maybe 5,000, 10,000, one of the priesters, he was looking, and immediately he saw their own masks. And he established a dialogue. And he was very happy to establish some sort of dialogue with the mask. He asked them, how you feel? And they said, we are also very happy because after 100 years of being in this jail, where we don't understand the language, we see that you are coming to visit me, and maybe I can return to be part of the community and of our spirituality. But he was also, the masks were also very sad because they were doing their nothing. They felt that they were in a jail. And it started a long process of discussions. And what can I say? President Steinmeier came to Colombia. He asked to have a meeting after he was here for 2 times before as foreign minister. And he met the Kogi people. It was a fantastic dialogue. And what they asked to the German government is if you can restore and give back the soul of the culture. And the soul of the culture is what you have to deal with. How you will deal with the soul of a culture that has been shown to keep their traditions as nobody in Latin America could do as they have done. The Sierra Nevada, where they live, it's not a museum, but it's a living body where the people is working very hard, trying to restore the degradation of environment. And they can do it only with their traditional knowledge. And their traditional knowledge is really involved in some way with their dances and with their masks. Nobody have access to such kind of ceremonies because they use their wooden masks. They have many of them. They are very old. They come from the Tairona period before the conquest. So this is a long tradition that it's right now in your hands if you can provide the Kogi people with their soul again. So this is what I wanted to say here. And maybe for the relations, I feel that it's so important to have this debate here, to have this openness and to share common visions. If I can say something, is that you need to create confidence. Why I said that confidence is so important? Because there were many letters to the German government. There were many talks, and the Kogi people never received any kind of answer. Not a written answer, no sign. And this is not the best way to create confidence. And I see a big opportunity to have a very strong relation with the traditional knowledge of the pre-Hispanic indigenous people that are living in the Sierra, and the German museums, the German government, the German institutions. But we need to talk. We need to create confidence. It's very, very important. So if there is, after this conference, if there is any kind of sign of the German side to the Kogi people, it would be great. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much also for narrowing down our topic of today to a very concrete issue. And allow me just to say at which point we were all impressed of that travel we had together. And I think we also wanted to give a sign of confidence by that traveling. But I easily agree that it's not enough and that we have to create something new. And that leads me, if you allow, that leads me to a more abstract question, but which is touching all the aspects we have stressed until now. And as you know, Beate Reifenscheid is the president of ICOM in Germany. And ICOM has issued a very important code of ethics of museums. And today we stressed some legal question, some question, I would say, on the pragmatic side for the cooperation itself. And we also stressed some ethical questions. So my question for Beate Reifenscheid would be, to which extent ICOM will influence the actual discussion we have about the role of museums? And to which extent do you think that the ethical questions might be raised in another framework or in the framework of the contact point and the political discussion? So that's up to you, and I would be looking forward to your advice. Thank you.
Thank you very much for, first of all, for inviting me to be part of this panel. And I have to say that I'm really very much moved by the last contributions I heard, especially, of course, from Georges and Juan. I really believe that what you mentioned and what you expressed is what we are talking about within ICOM. Because first of all, we have to listen to the other communities. So we have to broaden our perspective and even more, not only being focused on a European focused dialogue, but really to listen to all those countries who are involved in all these parts of colonialism and of restitution as well. So for us, as Andreas Gergen just said, the code of ethics in ICOM is the most important, where we try to focus on, and which is a guideline for all what we do within the museums. And there's one principle, the sixth principle, which says museums work closely with both the communities from which their collections originate and those they serve. And that was already based in 1986, so quite long time ago. So we are not only talking about the last 10 or 15 years about colonization or about any aspect which has to deal with respect. And I really pick up this what you said, Juan, respect and confidence. This is the most important. We have to build in a dialogue with many of our communities. So we want to action more like for the museums as trustees, and also the museums should be a social mediator, if that is possible. So we are still in a working and learning process. There are some committees within ICOM, which is ICOM International and also the national museums, but there are also international committees. There's, for example, the International Committee on Museums of Ethnography, the ICME, or the International Committee for Collecting is COMCOL, or the International Committee for Exhibition Exchange, ICEE. Those are also very much involved in the discussion of decolonization. And just this year, we had an exchange of our president and the vice president, and I'm really happy to say that is a colleague from Zambia. So one of our major presidents, the second president, is now Thierry Nyambi. So we think that we have a really very strong relationship to a lot of communities within the African countries. And we had, for example, last year, a general conference in Kyoto, where we had a large panel talking about decolonization. And I would like just to point some ideas, some aspects which we talked about, because they are like a roadmap for what we will do for the future, hopefully. So in 2019, at the General Conference of ICOM in Kyoto, several panels and workshops were held in order to discuss, inform and exchange ideas, proposal and new guidelines in further dealing with the legacy of colonialism. It has been a fruitful session, I have to say, which showed multi-perspective views, problems and challenges in order to face and to solve this historical heritage. It opened up the perspectives from a strongly European viewpoint to many of those countries who experienced colonialism. The shift of perspectives has been tremendous, I would say, especially in view of the different value of collectibles, of collection building, of preservation, of narratives, and of restitution. And it was quite astonishing for all of us that restitution was not the main topic at all. It was one of the major topics, of course, but it was not in the first front. It was really more about how to deal with the narratives, how to choose what is collectible and which part should be preserved and which ones no. So that was always in the discussion. And then, of course, what you said, Juan, is it was always addressing a mutual respect and trust. I think this is the most important, because if we are not talking on eye level with all communities and countries, then the wounds that had been raised and made of injustice, of alienation, of disparagement, they will still lead on and still exist. And so we finally thought that decolonization is more a term to think about philosophically, morally, in terms of social, spiritual, and also active points. Decolonization is about questioning, of course, the institutions themselves. For example, how and why are some forms of knowledge given priority and authority over others? Or how to organize and categorize knowledge? Or another question, how to determine the selection and quality criteria of collections? How to decide what is to be preserved and what is to be presented and represented, and how to contribute to a renewal of the canon with stories and references frames that have been systematically erased from it, or to make it very short, how to change the focus and how to alter perspectives. Decolonizing is about the necessity to create a multi-perspective showing of different contexts that determine how we look at objects and terms. And ICOM wants to strengthen the view of what might be called the structure of a global heritage governance, a starting point to think through what might be needed to decolonize conservation and to transform it into a decolonial practice of care. ICOM also aims to broaden the conversation surrounding diversity, equity, decolonization, inclusion, and anti-racism. For example, especially in ICOMOS, this is the Committee on Monuments and Sites. And also ICOM will develop with its committees and members new skills in partnership working and collaboration in order to achieve the goals of decolonization and thus empowering communities to create sustainable futures. This is not only just talking and saying, we really want to implement it within ICOM, and we will do this all over the world. ICOM Germany, of course, we will first start with our own country. And that's why we launched a new scholarship, for example. We launched it last year. We were starting to choose as a young scholar from an English-speaking country of Africa. We really raised questioning whether there is someone coming from an English-speaking country from Africa to be willing to work 2 months within a museum in Berlin, actually. And we chose already one partner, but unfortunately, Corona made it impossible for the person to come this year. So we have to postpone it for next year. But this is our really actual cooperation, which we started in order to promote talking within countries and with countries who are affected by colonialism. And we want really to broaden all these perspectives. And I think it's not only of a term of returning objects, it's really what has been said already. We have to talk about the culture, about the spirit, about the feeling, about the traditions of other countries. We still have to learn a lot. And I really like the aspect that we have to face each other with a lot of respect and have to learn a lot. And not being the part saying that probably we know better than others. This is not our point of view. As also Andrea Göring said, it's not our habit, but of course it might have happened. And I apologize for all those who deal like this, but ICOM Germany and also ICOM International, of course, we aim to open the dialogue and to improve knowledge and to be transparent and to involve everybody talking and being aiming to be involved within this project and process. And I'm pretty sure that we have to deal it for a very long time, but it will enrich our own culture and it will broaden our own experience. Thank you for the moment.
Thank you so much, Professor Reichenstein. Now we have to ask perhaps the contact point, if you should open the conversation to a broader public or if we have time to do a second round, because I would be particularly interested to know more about how to engage with the communities, because we are pretty much trained to deal between institutions or to deal between governments. But in our globalized society, there's not only an international or a multilateral cooperation, there's also a polylateral cooperation, meaning that we have to respect and to engage with the horizontal international players, with the civil society players. But this is for Leopold von Karlowitz to answer if we go to that question or if we open the floor to the questions you had in the chat.
No, Dr. Göring, we do have time for a second round. We have time for the panel discussion until 2:30 approximately. And after that, we can go.
Okay, wonderful.
Thank you.
So just a quick round to that question between multilateralism, international negotiations, and a polylateralism, how to engage better with communities. I don't know who would like to start. Perhaps Barbara Goebel would like to start.
Okay, let me start. We have well-established instruments and formats in Germany, but also many other countries from the so-called global north to enhance mobility, to organize exchange. But these formats and instruments are quite exclusive. For example, it's quite easy to, well, not taking into account pandemic times, Normally, it's very easy to bring somebody, an academic from Brazil to Berlin, or from Mexico City to Berlin. But it's really an issue to engage in the dialogue with indigenous or Afro-American communities, if I talk with regard to Latin America and the Caribbean. And not only to bring them in, for example, for a conference or to go there, but to establish long-term relations. You need long-term stays. And there is there's a huge difficulty. Also for an institution as the Ibero-American Institute, we have well-established scholarship programs. We are involved in international research projects. But there is a huge difficulty to allow non-academics, so-called indigenous or Afro-American experts to come to collecting institutions, to stay here, to work with the collections, and also to produce knowledge that is recognized and therefore can circulate, which is, I think, also an aspect. So thank you for addressing that issue.
Thank you so much. Perhaps Josh Abungu might add something, because he has dealt with that. And I had read your wonderful article in the wonderful Latitude project on the Goethe Institute, and you were touching that issue. Perhaps you want to add something.
I was still mute. Yes, I think that cooperation is something that is absolutely important, and especially North-North cooperation is important because you share the same history, and if you work individually, for example, when President Macron, pronounced in Ouagadougou about the return of, the collections of, the materials of, the heritage back. I'm not sure that he had contacted his other colleagues. And so from different parts, there were, the British are saying, we are not part of that. We are not going to listen to that. That's a different story. The Germans, of course, had already been going on, doing, good thing. Through pure pressure, I think that you are seeing now the northern countries. Netherlands is coming up with a fantastic, policy, although it is restricted in terms of its own colonies and trying to leave out collections that are not from its colonies. And I hope that it will address that. So if you have that kind of horizontal discussion and then the North-South discussion, I think that really would be a perfect thing. But the discussions and the inputs that we need to start inputting, particularly when it comes to these new relations that we are developing. I really appreciate the fact that organizations, museums, institutions, and governments are starting to do things. For example, looking for an African guy who comes from an English country to come to German and work in a museum. But I tell you, that is really a drop in the ocean. I think that you really need to start planning properly, because we are talking about a huge magnitude of thing. We are talking about a continent of billions of people. We are talking about people who have been affected immensely. We are talking about 54 countries, leave alone Europe, South America. We're talking about a huge part of the world. Getting a little person from the village to go and train will not make an impact at all. It may be very symbolic, or making a trip to the South America, one trip for a holiday and having a chat here and there and coming back will not make a difference. It is really something that needs to be embedded in your principle. It is something that needs to be funded, especially this North-North. The issue of provenance research, which I appreciate very much, the German Association of Museums also recognized very early, and the German government has recognized. They realized it's very expensive, but it is that kind of commitment that you need. But you will only do that, you will only realize that if you have true relationship between the North and the South. If you can be able to go on the ground, work with the people on the ground, see the challenges that are there, see the needs that are there. I can hear people saying, oh, you know, restitution has not been discussed much, or the museums in Africa are not pushing much. I tell you, I sit on the ground here, and more than 15 different ethnic groups, people from 15 ethnic groups have in the last few months contacted me, telling me, how can you help us? You know, we had this, we are from the royal family, but our family was destroyed when the drums of royalty and authority were taken away by the British or by this and this. Can you open for us a door? They're not going through the government. They are going through individuals. They are going through other institutions. So a time is coming because they know that the discussion is going on, which is going to be an explosion. So I think that the horizontal north-south, but even within the countries themselves, even in Africa, we need to look at that. Even the question of dumping material from Europe into museums here. Some of the museums in Africa are also involved in the collection of material from the locals during the colonial times. They have not returned back those things. They need to also ask themselves, what are they going to do? So there is a multi-layer of issues that needs to be dealt with. And I think that all these issues need to be dealt with in a very systematic, in a very proper way, and in a way that we plan big rather than small little symbolic things here and there.
Thank you so much, Professor Abungo. And I think your examples show very clearly that we need a cooperation between all possible players. And just talking about German cultural policies, so the most important player to organize discourses is for sure the Goethe Institute, which is supported by our ministry. And that the Goethe Institute plus the DAAD taking care of cultural exchange cooperate strongly together with the museums and with the African partners, and that might allow to energize that kind of multi-layer discourse we need. Perhaps Professor Plankensteiner, do you want something to add to this question, how to deal with communities? Because the Benin Dialogue Group is, and that's certainly a major reason for success, it's not a governmental group, but a group of museums. And on the other hand, the Benin Museums Project is strongly linked to, and you named it in your introduction, to the conversations in Benin City, so with the Benin community and the different layers of the Nigerian society.
Yeah, I think it's a complex question, and it is, we always have to consider that we do not want to interfere, you know, in other national affairs. There are legislations in place about who is in charge of cultural heritage, etc. That's why in our group we try to involve all the relevant stakeholders and not just the court, which would in this case be the community. But in a sense, it's not really a community because there is another community out there locally, which we have not so far integrated, but we expect our Nigerian partners to involve. And indeed, when we had the last meeting in Benin City in 2019, our partners there had organized a community meeting where all people interested in Benin City could come and ask questions and engage in the discussion with the group. And so we are not directly, because I think it's something that has to happen locally, and that's what's happening with the museum project. In the name giving, for instance, we have not been involved. It was a local decisions between the stakeholders, but I think on the other hand, the dialogue itself has had an impact because maybe the relationship between the National Commission and the court and some other stakeholders was not without frictions, and there had to be a clarification because by law all cultural heritage that would be returned to Nigeria would go into the museums of the National Commissions of Museums and Monuments. So there is an agreement now that Benin objects would go back to Edo State and to Benin City, and that's an internal agreement taken. And I think also to such proceedings our dialogue has contributed, but it's very complicated in long term, and we have to consider that our museums, you know, we have collections from so many communities worldwide that we cannot possibly engage with all of them, and therefore I think concerted actions and initiatives that are happening at the moment as well in Germany and in Europe to get together, and some other institutions takes the lead, for instance, for the Namibian collections, etc., because we have to kind of channel these conversations and these dialogues, because we overwhelm communities out there if 20 museums get in touch separately, and to channel information, to channel the conversation. I think for such purposes, some assemblage or organization is helpful, and that's what we try to do with the Benin Dialogue.
Yeah, and I think which is quite close to what the contact point is aiming at just to allow our partners in the world not to deal each and every day with the very German complexity of federalism and the different players. And on the other hand, we have to find channels, as you say, how to deal with the complexity within the societies and the countries of our partners in the world. And that leads me naturally to Juan Maya, because whenever we were talking to Colombia, and you mentioned that issue, there is a difference between talking to the government in Bogota and talking to the communities. So what would be your approach to join and to engage more closely a dialogue with the relevant communities?
Well, I understand very well the huge complexity of what you have to deal with. But in the case of the two wooden masks, it's a very small example. There is a wonderful opportunity to bring together all this complexity to make it simple. You need simplicity, because if you stay in your complexity, you will stay always there and never come to the ground. So maybe a good idea could be that you start also with some examples here and there from the ground, growing up. And there is a wonderful opportunity because the Kogi people have opened their doors to share their knowledge. And everybody wants to learn about the Kogi knowledge, because in our difficult times, with climate change, destruction of biodiversity, extinction, they are masters on how to deal with these problems. But the two wooden masks are the key factor to establish such kind of dialogue. You will learn a lot about sacred sites, sacred geography, different approaches on what does our world and our nature and our societies mean in a complex world. And I guess if you put together 2, 3, 4 German institutions with goodwill, with open heart, open mind, you can start a wonderful initiative with the Kogi people. So let's start. Take the decision. It's a simple decision. You don't need to go through all over different ministries and the complexity of this very important debate, because we have a reality, but create confidence. Trust is something very important if you want to work with local communities. And this is something that you have to build. So this is my view on these topics. Thank you.
Thank you. We could even consider that this issue as an heritage of your time as ambassador, and I'm grateful for your confidence that I might deal with that heritage from your time as ambassador. And your advice is very clear, and we have listened to it. So thank you for that. But my final and last question would go to Beate Reifenscheid, because now we touched the issue how to deal in a multi-layer, in such a multi-layer complexity, and in politics, which are not longer point-to-point politics, but politics politics which are transversal. So Noor, you are heading the ICOM. And my feeling is that the question of decolonization, which was very strongly in the United Nations in the end of the 60s, beginning of the 70s, then dropped down to the UNESCO, is today not really an issue for the multilateral players. And my question to you would be, what could ICOM do in order to enhance also a dialogue on the level of those very important United Nations bodies?
Well, we really promote the dialogue and the conferences. We believe in the communities in the original countries. They will build their own communities, and they will also raise the questions towards the European countries. So I think we are at this stage that we step by step really forward to each other and figure out what is needed. I won't say that we are at top level how to deal with everything. We are just on a very basic level of discussions, of learning from each other, of even learning respect. So this is just really the beginning of everything. And I really agree to George that we have to do much more, that we have to synthesize actions, that we have to build up a strategy more clearly, of course. But of course, on the other hand, it's so complex that all aspects can't be put in one organization. So that's why I believe that the cultural contact point is one good point to address questions and to address probably also actions for later restitution or whatever. And also ICOM itself will channel and focus on communicating these questions to the stakeholders and to the countries itself. We can also bring our questions from Germany to ICOM International, but then it's also in the hand of ICOM International. So we would join the process, and we are open to discussions. but this is what we can do at the moment. And also our little drop in the whole sea, in the whole ocean for an exchange program is one aspect to build trust and transparency. That's why we are engaging in this part. And we combine it with a lot of organizations to be to join our ambitions. I can't hear you. Oops.
That was a default on my side. So Leopold would like to join us and to moderate some additional questions coming from the chat, isn't it?
That is right. Thank you so much for this very fruitful panel discussion, Dr. Görgen, and all of the other panelists. As promised, we'd like to take a few questions from the chat and address them. The first two, Dr. Görgen, I addressed to your first presentation, and let me just read them to you. The first one is, in which way does the AIM, the Agency for International Museums Corporation, will cooperate with existing organizations in the field of International Museums Corporation, particular with IFA and the Goethe Institute? And maybe I already addressed it, like mentioned the second question, and that is, how will German university museums with collections from Latin America or the Americas in particular profit from the initiative of the German Ministry of Foreign Affairs, considering that their collections in most cases do not fit the narrow definition of colonial context? Would you like to respond to them?
Thank you. Very, very brief answer. So on the first time, just 2 points. The first point is that both IFA, Goethe Institute, also DAD, Alexander von Humboldt Foundation, are operators of cultural policies. So they are financed by the same source than a museums agency, and the coordination is naturally done with the German Bundestag, who is deciding on financing, and within the foreign ministry, who is channeling that money through to the operators. And second point is, and that was the reason why I showed to you the slide number 6 with all the operators. Within the organization, you need an internal cooperation and internal coordination, because as we have seen also in our conversation today, it's not only on discourses that we will solve the issue. It's not only in the cooperation between museums. It's not only through academic exchange, but is bundling all those competencies together. And finally, we have to get the agreement of the Ministry of Finance to build it up. But when we build it up not only in the coordination between the 3 ministries, but also in coordination with the other operators of cultural policies. To the second question, thank you for that question. I do not have an answer, and I have to dig deeper into that. So sorry for not having a better answer than to be honest and to say I do not have an answer yet.
Thank you. You're very welcome, because also the question had a second part, which we'd like to address to Professor Goebel. And maybe, Professor, you might also try to address that first question as well. The second part is, how far does Alexander von Humboldt's Cosmos approach should remind us also to look at collections from the Americas as part of cultural understanding, affairs, and very important relations? And maybe you could try to address the issue with Latin America and the colonial context as well. I'm sure that.
Despite the fact that we had, at a time where we had monarchies in Europe, already republics in the Americas, that means at the beginning of the 19th century, decolonial issues and colonial practices are still there. I think Latin American and Caribbean museums and collection institutions could learn a lot from that exchange, because there's one issue that is quite important. Mr. Bongo already reminded us, we need closer exchange of experiences South-South. We have a well-established cooperation between the South and the so-called North, global North, but already within Latin America, for example, it would be very important that other indigenous communities and organizations, and I'm trying to foster that, learn from the Kogi experience. So we need this type of new exchanges and new formats and openings of exchanges. And we also have to learn putting entangled histories in the center of our understanding of the world. That means you cannot understand European history without Latin American history, but at the same time, you cannot understand Latin American history without African history. And I think that is a great opportunity with these new institutional openings.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Professor Göbel. We have a further question that I'd like to address to Professor Plankenstein at this point, and that's what is meant by the co-management of collections. Would you like to comment on that, Professor Plankensteiner?
Since I did not use that term, the co-management of collections would be that you share responsibility for the collections and how you work with the collection, I assume, how you categorize it, how you display it, how you publish it in a way. So I have no example of such a process so far, so I cannot really say what it would entail. I don't know if anybody has a suggestion or could give an example of such an endeavor. I would be interested to hear how that works.
Thank you, and that should certainly also include the indigenous institutions in Latin America, Professor Göbel. It's for you again to take the floor.
Okay, it also gives me the opportunity to answer the question on Cosmos. I've honestly forgotten because this virtual communication is a little bit stressing because you have to react immediately. Yes, I think the idea of the Cosmos to put on symmetric at symmetric levels, that means at the same level, quite different objects and collection. That means, for example, to articulate natural and cultural objects. It's an issue we have to address and we should address. And digital transformation is helping us. I think I use the wording of the co-management because libraries might be a little bit easier, but still it's complicated. And we addressed already in the previous panels the challenge of who is deciding on what. So I think we not only have to take the opportunities of digital transformation that allow us to connect and articulate in different ways, creating also new connections between different infrastructures of knowledges, to say it somehow, but also to think then how we can agree on other type of frames, because so far classification also in a library is quite unidimensional and quite exclusive. But technically, it is not such a problem, at least in a library, to articulate different ways of organizing knowledge. And I have also to admit that so far there are not many examples, because that means really to enter in the machine room of collection institution. But I think we have some projects there's one on Amazonia, for example, by the Bundeskulturstiftung, Kulturstiftung des Bundes, who is really trying to work on that with the Botanical Garden, the Ethnological Museum, the Ibero-American Institute, and the Museo Nacional. And what we need, and I'm again stressing that, is then to create platforms to exchange those experiences. I think we are at the beginning of this process. So thank you again for these questions.
Thank you very much for this answer, and also coming back to the Cosmos issue. Before I'd like to address the last question to Dr. Gergen on the work of the AIM, I'd like to extend the opportunity to Professor Abungo and possibly also Professor Reifenscheid to comment on the things we just said, co-management, for example. Professor Abungo, do you have a comment on what we just said in the questions and answer session?
I think that it's been clarified by Barbara that it applies to museums and to libraries much easily. Otherwise, I would have branded it another creation from the North in the long journey of negotiation for return. Just like, you know, co-ownership and global stuff. I don't want to go into that. I think what actually applies very well in the museum world is co-creation, where you create, you know, exhibitions together, or co-curation, where you have someone from the South with someone from the North curating an exhibition, bringing their minds together, creating narratives that are both South-North thinking and so on. So I find it much more easier to use co-creation, co-researching, and co-curating rather than co-management. Co-management means, basically for me, means that you equally have, there is no contestation about ownership. Both of you have equal shares, and so you have no problem. And I think that's a fallacy. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Professor Reifenscheid, do you have a comment to make?
Well, make it easy. I would just like to join George Obungo, because that's the way how it should be. Then it's open for everybody. You can discuss face to face while creating exhibitions, while talking about also restitution or return of work. So you just always have to do this face to face, and I think then all the problems we really have or we are dealing with will be really easily settled down, because then a mutual understanding will be more easy to facilitate and to be grounded.
Thank you very much for this comment. Now let's address the last question here that was just posed, addressed to Dr. Gergen. Will the Museums Cooperation Agency only facilitate German exhibitions traveling abroad, or will it also facilitate exhibitions from Africa and elsewhere being mounted in German museums? Co-creation. The return of objects should be an opportunity to find new ways for African voices and perspectives to be heard in Germany. Dr. Gergen, do you share this vision? Like, could you tell us a little more about the future work of the agency?
No, thank you for that question, and especially I think the last sentence is of utmost importance, that we need African voices and perspectives to be heard here in Germany. And I'm not only referring to a very German discussion we had in spring this year, referring to an African thinker, but referring to the fact that we need this openness to the world in Germany in order to ask ourselves about our perceptions of order and disorder. And we have to get to aware that our perceptions of order have brought disorder to that world. What we are actually doing is, for example, that we support Savi Contemporary for its international projects. And the work of Bonaventure is of quite important, not only here in Berlin, but we consider also for Germany. And we are not aiming at sponsoring German exhibitions to be exported, but we are aiming on co-productions. And then we have, and that's the second part of my answer, that's the reason why the other operators are so important. And then we will have to coordinate with the Kulturstiftung des Bundes, for example, who has that wonderful Turn project and has financed international corporations. we have to coordinate also with the IFA, which is working on the exhibition side, because the target of the agency is to support the competencies of the German museums, is not to become another curatorial ambitious player in that world, is not to organize itself exhibitions. And to that extent, I think we will find our way through, and we have to get some practice.
Thank you very much for these very important remarks, parts of which were a perfect final word. Thank you to you, Dr. Gergen. Thank you to all of the panelists for your contributions and for taking the time. Thank you to all of the participants for posing the questions. As said, we will address all questions, including those on the contact point at a later stage.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome back to our closing session. We've heard a lot of interesting opinions, points of views. We've seen where issues are that need to be tackled. And this final session is supposed to give us a brief overview over the most important points. At the same time, I want to repeat what has been said earlier. The entire chat has been recorded, and we will be sure to answer your questions, also the questions concerning the work and the mandate of the contact point. I would like to welcome and thank the three rapporteurs of today's session, Dr. Michaela Stoffels, whom I will give the floor to in a minute, Leopold von Karlowitz, whom you've already met, and Maria Leona Perez, whom you've also met before. They will try to summarize from their point of views what the most important outcomes of today's conference have been. And of course, these summaries and these views will be personal, but still I hope that they'll help us, and I'm sure they'll help us to structure our thoughts and to take away some of the important messages of the day. And with that, I would like to give the floor to Dr. Michaela Stoffels. She's a policy officer at the Department of Education, Culture, Sports, and Non-Discrimination at the Association of German Cities, which means her institution is part of the municipal umbrella organizations that form part and are a strong partner of the German contact point. And I'm very much looking forward to your comments. Dr. Stoffels, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Dear participants, I'm very pleased about the possibility to give you a short report of the panel 1, Transparency and Documentation. Before starting with some of the key questions discussed, I would like to underline that the discussion was centered on the guidelines for a 3-road strategy on documentation and digital publication of collections from colonial contexts. It was interesting to see where the basic consensus laid concerning the main goals, transparency and documentation. In reference to the first key question, which matters should be prioritized in the process of documenting and digitizing collections? Giving transparent access to the existing data and putting inventories online was seen commonly as a first fundamental step for a joint strategy. But at the same time, the discussion revealed interesting extensions of this point of view towards 2 directions. First, it was expressed the necessity to come to better databases and to foster a suitable data model. And secondly, the participants underlined the need to associate with societies of origin also during this process. They saw the first step of putting the information online as work in progress, where they should also be thought about a mutual invitation to discussion and exploration. To try to learn from other European and overseas countries, leaving behind bureaucratic obstacles that could hinder the main goal of transparency was another point set in this context. As one of the panelists expressed, putting data of colonial contexts online means an integrative approach. The objects have to be embedded in the informational contexts, which will only be possible when next to the transformation of inventory lists, also platforms for the exchange with societies of origins are created. The next part of the discussion followed the key question, how ways of collaboration could be improved. There was a first statement accentuating that there should be no boundaries in the process towards transparency, meaning that all countries, but also all institutions and communities involved should be taken into account up from the beginning. One key word in this context was a good documentation, which was understood not only as the need to include the point of view of different researchers, also within the societies of origin into the documentation processes. But it also means to reflect documentation processes without sufficient information, like for example, what was the function of the object, or is it publicly or privately claimed? Last but not least, the discussion dealt with the efforts which have to be undertaken in the field of documentation and the necessary support structures. The participants mentioned especially the huge quantity of data that have to be worked through, the problem of multidisciplinarity and of the ethical and juridical questions pending, like for example, copyright for collections with photos. Concerning the necessary additional support to cultural institutions, there were mainly 3 points made, which I want to list at the end of my report. First, more personnel to cope with the enormous amount of data. Second, a permanent funding from the political level for projects and structures in the field of documentation collections. And third, the granting of the necessary digital infrastructure. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Stoffels, for this very structured, very clear summary of our first panel today. And I will hand over to Dr. Leopold von Karlowitz, who will report on the second panel of the day, the return panel. Dr. von Karlowitz.
Thank you very much, Professor Hilgatt. I'd like to cluster my remarks on following like terminology is one area. Another one is the relationship between restitution or return and reconciliation. And the third one are concrete issues relating to the mechanism of restitution and practical implementation. With respect to terminology, the difference between return and restitution was pointed out in particular by Mr. Ndaya, and he said that restitution entailed also the moral judgment on illegality and the colonial past in it, and he'd prefer that instead of the more neutral term return. Mr. Hermann spoke about the different meaning in an ethical and a legal sense of the word restitution, saying that the legal meaning would be too tight and not really useful in our context here. And he also mentioned the term used in the French law of restitution, or better repatriation, that underlined the importance of the return of objects to their original destination and the patria, the location and the spirit of the place. And that leads me to the second sort of cluster, the relationship between return and reconciliation. We heard that for many societies of origins, restitution lies, or these objects, lost objects, including human remains, lie at the heart of the national identity and are very important for the cultural memory of particular communities and countries, and that restitution is a highly charged, or return is a highly charged activity and process that is extremely important for reconciling a country or a community with its, let's say, disturbed or past hampered, violated by the colonial past.
But so while that made a statement that restitution and reconciliation are very close to embedded, are very close together, Mr. Kirkir, I hope I didn't slaughter your name too much, also indicated that while there is a linkage, it would not just be right, in particular in the context of the return of human remains, to say not to split the reconciliation process from the return. So return is an action and reconciliation is a longer term process, and that couldn't be basically seen as one thing, but should be seen separately. Not too far away was the experience that Professor de Castro reported, saying that the act of restitution or return of two objects to the Namibian Witbooi family was embedded in sort of a longer term, long-lasting partnership entailing a variety of measures, including dialoguing and so on. And I would argue that this, of course, should have also reconciliatory elements in it. Thirdly, there was much said about mechanisms, with Professor de Castro reporting on the return process of the Witbooi Bible and which mentioning quite a lot of challenges, including ownership, museum structures, budgetary concerns, housing, insurance, contamination. But what I took also from the other speakers the most in this area was that one is that the decision-making of also a newly established African museums landscape should be used, and so Africans should determine which objects should be returned and which ones should be used for cultural diplomacy. And the other point I took from the British return practice was that sometimes legal restrictions prevent sort of a fruitful restitution practice, and that lawyers are asked to apply creative legal solutions to make restitution actually work. That's it from me. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Leopold von Karlowitz, for your concise summary of the return panel. And with that, I hand over to Maria Elena Paris for a report on the last panel of today, that of international cooperation. Maria, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Professor Hilgatt. I think this panel presented the complexities and the challenges when talking about international cooperation. Can you hear me? Can you hear me now? Yeah. I was saying that this panel presented the complexities and also the challenges when talking about international cooperation related to dealing with collections from colonial context. On this respect, all panelists and also Herr Görgen mentioned that it is relevant to build trust, and that there are two aspects that are also like at the core of international cooperation, which are confidence, and confidence based also on respect. Based on confidence and respect, we should also try to build networks that are horizontal and not only, you know, global south and north and global north and global south, but cooperation agreements and projects that are horizontal. It is also, participants also mentioned that it is important and that there's a need to articulate different perspectives and really listen to the opinions and to the issues of the countries and societies of origin on everything related to international cooperation. Another talking point was the relevance to broaden the framework regarding the role that objects have, especially for the communities and societies of origin. And this was something highlighted during the statement of Juan Mayer, how much we can learn from local communities and indigenous communities, especially in South America, for example, and how they can also help us drive processes of international cooperation, and related also to the other processes when dealing with collections from colonial contexts. As I mentioned, it is also relevant to address and to acknowledge what we can learn from countries and societies of origin, and especially from indigenous communities. All panelists agree or mention that this is a long-term process, but it is also important to acknowledge that even though this process is very complex, we need to keep it simple and find common ways to move forward. Panelists also mentioned that this is a multi-layer issue that needs to be dealt in a systematic way and in an organized way, but we also have to find better ways to work together. And it's, I think, one of the most relevant points or statements that were mentioned at the end is that it's very important to think of co-curation, co-creation, co-research instead of co-management, because that acknowledges that cooperation with the countries and societies of origin is key when dealing with collections of colonial context. And maybe I will close with a statement, with a sentence from Professor Goebel. You cannot understand Latin American history without European history, and you cannot understand European history without African history. And this is why we think that we really need to work together. Thank you very much, Professor Hilgatt.
Thank you very much, Maria Elena Paris and all rapporteurs. This brings us to the end of a long half day of discussions and conversations. And I don't have much to add what has been said already. I would like to come back to what I said earlier this morning at the outset of this conference. This is going to be the first of many conversations that we will have, not only on the national level, but hopefully, and most importantly, on the international level. Today, I realized again how important it is to listen, and how important it is to listen to our colleagues from the societies and states of origin. I think there is the danger of getting entangled and caught up in our internal challenges, in details that are important, that have to be solved, that have to be addressed, but that shouldn't distract us from the goal that we want to reach at the end of the road. With the framework principles, the establishment of the contact point and the three-road strategy, the politicians in Germany who are responsible for cultural politics have laid a groundwork for discussion and joint further development of what we started today. And I really hope that our colleagues from the countries and societies of origin will be gracious enough to help us on this road and to talk to us. And I can promise you that we will listen, not only today, but also in the months and years to come. We will be grateful for your advice, and you hope that you will guide us through this maze of challenges. Thank you so much to everybody, the rapporteurs, the facilitators, our partner institutions who were present today, all the members who contributed to our lively chat discussion on topic and off topic. But most important, thank you so much to our panelists for your time, your effort, and your insight. And thank you so much to our moderators. Have a good day wherever you are. In some parts of the world, it's already deep night. Sleep well, stay healthy, and I promise you we'll keep in touch. Bye-bye.